So this is the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, and we are preparing to go into closed session. I've checked with County Council. There are no additions or corrections. We have a closed session agenda in front of us, and what I want to do at this point is see if we have any public comment on today's closed session. What I'll ask is that the public use the raise hand function in the participants tab, or punch *9 on your phone pad if you're participating by phone in order to be recognized to be given a couple minutes to speak to this board. I'll now check with the clerk and see if we have any hands raised. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public comment on these closed session items and recess to closed session, reconvening here in the chambers at 10:30 a.m. Thank you.
Mike 7, Mike 7. Mike 8, Mike 8. Mike 5, Mike 5. Clerk Mike, Clerk Mike. Wireless Mike 2, Wireless Mike 2. Wireless Mike 1, Wireless Mike 1. Podium Mike, Podium Mike. Are you ready? Mike 5, Mike 5. Mike 7, Mike 7. Mike 8, Mike 8. Staff Mike, Staff Mike. Podium. Podium Mike, Podium Mike. Valerie's Mike, Valerie's Mike. Wireless Mike 2, Wireless Mike 2. Wireless Mike 1, Wireless Mike 1.
No,
And I'll delete her meals.
yeah, and
Good morning, everybody. We're going to go ahead and reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors on our public agenda items. Let the record reflect that all members of the Board of Supervisors are present, either in person or via Zoom. We're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance and ask the birthday boy, Mr. Charles McKee, to lead us in the pledge. Announcement of the interpreter, please.
Hola, mi nombre es Omar. Yo voy a ser el intérprete durante esta junta directiva.
Any additions or corrections to this agenda, Madam Clerk?
There are no additions and corrections.
Great. With that, we'll move into our consent calendar, which are items 16 through 28. I'll first go to the members of the board and see if there's any items that they wish to pull from this agenda. Supervisor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to pull item 22, that it be trailed to the afternoon to coincide with our report and discussion on COVID-19.
Okay, thank you. Any other members of the board? See no hands going up. I'll turn to the public and see if we have any members of the public who wish to pull an item from consent besides number 22, which has already been pulled. I see nobody in chambers. If you're participating via Zoom, we ask that you use a raise hand function at the bottom of your screen. If that is unavailable, or if you are participating via phone, we ask you to use *9. *9 will raise your hand and let us know you wish to be recognized. Seeing no additional hands going up, I'll bring it back to the board for consideration of our consent calendar, less item 22, which will be trailed to the afternoon to coincide with our COVID session.
Move consent.
Second.
We've got a motion from Phillips and a second from Parker. Can I get a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Parker?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Lopez.
Aye, the motion carries. Thank you very much. At this point, we are going to take up ceremonial resolutions. We have one ceremonial resolution today. I'll see if we have any public comment. We'll take a few comments after it's approved, but first I'll see if we have any public comment at this point. Okay, see nobody in room. I see one hand up via the Zoom, but I know that Jackie's going to help us out once we approve this, so what I'm going to do is go ahead and ask for a motion from the board.
Second.
Got a motion from Adams and a second from Phillips. Can we get a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye. Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Parker?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Lopez.
Aye. The motion carries. At this point, what I'd like to do is turn the floor over to Jackie Atchison, who is I believe the title is Executive Director of the Local Arts Council for Monterey County. Jackie, the floor is yours to share some words with us about this resolution.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Jackie Atchison, Executive Director for the Arts Council for Monterey County. The purpose of National Arts and Humanities Month, which has been celebrated every October since 1985 and is sponsored by the National Endowment for the Arts and the Americans for the Arts, is to advance the arts and arts education in our country. This year, as we struggle with the pandemic and fight harder for racial equity, the arts are here to support us. They allow us to explore ideas, express emotions, and better appreciate cultures from around the world. National Arts and Humanities Month is an opportunity to recognize and celebrate the positive impact the arts brings to our schools and our communities, which is even more essential at this time. Chair Lopez and supervisors, thank you for supporting the arts in our county, and please accept our gratitude for your support of the National Arts and Humanities Month with this countywide proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. I also see Lori Bend was going to share some comments with us. Was Lori able to make it?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
There you are. Hey, Lori.
Hi, how are you? Okay, well, good morning, everyone. My name's Lori Bend, and I'm the board chair for the Arts Council for Monterey County. You just heard Jackie Atchison speaking. She's our amazing executive director. So October is National Arts and Humanities Month. a coast-to-coast collective recognition of the importance of culture in America. This month-long celebration sets goals of focusing on equitable access to the arts at local, state, and national levels, encouraging individuals, organizations, and diverse communities to participate in the arts, allowing governments and businesses to show their support of the arts, and raising public awareness about the role the arts and humanities play in our communities and lives. In this turbulent year, the arts and humanities have played a critically important role in getting us through the COVID-19 pandemic and in amplifying the need for racial equity across the country. National Arts and Humanities Month is the time for communities to come together in unified celebration of the power of the arts to make a difference and change our lives for the better. The Arts Council for Monterey County staff and board members are excited to receive this county proclamation celebrating October as National Arts and Humanities Month. And we thank you, County Supervisors, for your continued support of the arts in Monterey County.
Thank you, Lori, and thank you, Jackie. Many folks don't know this, but before I was lucky enough to sit on this board, I sat on the Arts Council board for about 10 years. I served a stint as vice president, got to help with the fundraising and do that side of the house. But for me, the reason that I dedicated time to the arts was because I believe that they are the answer. They are the answer for so many of the questions we ask of ourselves. One is, how do we improve jobs and the economy in our communities? The arts. How do we help families deal with times of hard struggles? The arts. How do we help our communities understand where we've been and where we're going? The arts. The arts are usually part of the answer. It's not always, like everything else in this world, a silver bullet, but the arts are a huge portion of the answer for everything that we face as a community. It's not always painting, sculpture, which we tend to think of when we think fine art, but it's textiles from native regions of Oaxaca being sold in Greenfield due to the help from the Arts Council. It's sold treasures springing up in King City and providing music lessons, theater, as well as hands-on crafts for kids even through this pandemic, and even helping folks understand through VNA some of the end-of-the-life issues that happen with hospice. I've seen all of these particular programs take shape in my district in Monterey County. I'm proud of the work the Arts Council does, but I also know that it's important that we take time, step back, and recognize all of their contributions. So I wanted to bring this resolution forward, and I thank Jackie and Lori for helping put this together to recognize this incredibly important month here in Monterey County. So to both of you, thank you so much for your time. I want to see if any other supervisors want to share comments at this point. Okay, see no other hands up. I'll see if we have any more public comments. Seeing none, we'll move on. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. At this point, we're going to go to our appointments on the calendar, which are items 4 through 7. Is there any public comment on the appointments on today's calendar? I see nobody in room and no hands up via the Zoom, so I'll bring it back to the board for action.
I'll move approval with the appointments.
Mr. Chair, on number 7, I think we have to designate reappointment. This is the CSAC appointment, and I just wanted to express my interest in continuing to serve. Supervisor Adams is my alternate, but being the representative to CSAC not only allows me to serve on the board of directors, but I'm now also serving on the executive committee and also serve as a co-chair for the Coastal Counties Association. And I served previously as the president of the Latino Caucus of California Counties. And because of that, I also was invited by CSAC to serve on its homelessness task force and most recently on its kitchen cabinet, with close conversations with the governor's Health and Human Services Secretary, Secretary Ghali, and being able to have more close conversations on issues impacting counties and direct conversations with the administrations even before policies are made public. So I would love to continue to serve in this capacity, and I appreciate Supervisor Adams also being there when certainly stepping up to serve when I'm not able to be there for certain meetings or conferences. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. So Supervisor Adams, a question on the clarification of your motion. Would that include the nomination of Supervisor Alejo as the primary and yourself as the alternate for CSAC Board of Directors?
Yes, that's correct. I was hoping I could slip it under the radar screen.
Second.
Great. We've got a motion from Supervisor Adams and a second from Supervisor Parker. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Alejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Parker,
Aye.
Supervisor Adams,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Lopez.
Aye. The motion carries. At this point, we're going to head into other board matters, and I'm going to go ahead and go in reverse order this week. Supervisor Adams, any board comments this week?
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. I will even start my own video here. There we go. For those of you in the audience and listening who have been impacted by the river, the Carmel, or the Dolan fires, I invite you to participate in our second virtual town hall meeting on recovering from the fires. It's going to be held tomorrow, Wednesday, at 5:30. You can find links to the Zoom on the county website or my Facebook page, or you can watch it live streamed via Facebook or the county's YouTube channel. Please contact my office if you have any trouble finding the links. The agenda for this meeting will include an update on the debris cleanup from the EPA and Cal OES, a presentation on watershed protection and mitigation by county staff, and resources available for residents and property owners, including FEMA and SBA, but also from nonprofits like United Way and services being offered by our local architects. Also want to mention that on October 14th, I'll be having a conversation with Senator Bill Monning about the state of our district. It will be a virtual, again, via Zoom and broadcast on my Facebook page. So thank you very much. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Supervisor. We're going to go to Supervisor Parker next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the opportunity. Just a quick mention that last night on Hot Topics, my guest was Maggie Pina from the Alliance on Aging, talking about, of course, the great programs and services that the Alliance on Aging always has. Their, high cap counseling for Medicare enrollment can be a really confusing process, and they have volunteers and counselors who can walk people through that. They have nutrition programs. They have the ombudsman program to make sure that people in skilled nursing facilities are safe, treated properly. And it was just great to hear the ways that the Alliance on Aging is adapting to the COVID-19 situation, really finding new ways to inform our elders, nourish them, us, keep people connected, and empowering them to live the fullest lives that they can. And of course, isolation is always a hazard to people's health, especially our seniors. And I read a statistic that isolation, which of course is more prevalent for all of us during COVID-19, isolation is the equivalent on an elder's health of smoking 15 cigarettes a day. And Ms. Pina talked about how they've been able to see that people who are able to have visitors or be connected and continue to do their daily activities really decline quickly, lose weight, tend to get depressed. It's just really, it's so powerful. And the work that the Alliance on Aging does is really keeping people healthier in mind, body, and spirit. So we really appreciate that. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Parker. We're going to go to Supervisor Phillips next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We had a little concern out in North County because this past week, because there was a large party that went on, and a tent was put up, and there wasn't so social distancing, and music was playing, and so I reported it, and some other people reported it, and so we're looking. Most of the people that the calls that we got were concerned about the COVID versus the noise. So we've asked the sheriff and code enforcement to look into that. But it's especially upsetting when you see that occurring when so many of us are working hard to get our numbers down where we can get the businesses open with the proper protocols. I'll say this, though, that you can appreciate the frustration of people, and that's why I think it's important that we get the businesses open who have the appropriate protocols in place. So people do have some place to go and to at least explore their life after being locked down for 6 or 7 months and not resort to these kind of party bashes that can nothing but hurt our numbers with COVID. So the community was very concerned about that, as was I. And I know the sheriff and the code enforcement is looking into it to start dealing with it. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor. We're going to go to Supervisor Alejo next.
Thank you. I want to just take an opportunity to remind all our county residents to make sure they fill out our census. We were given till the end of October. Thank our federal courts, but also thank all our enumerators and all the coalition who have really been pushing and doing events, visibility and food events, trying to just create some awareness and excitement and trying to get as many more people counted as we can from now through the end of October 31st being the last day. So it's so important. It's such an easy and powerful way that each person in this county could empower their families, their neighborhoods, and their community by simply filling out 10 questions confidentially, and only takes a few minutes of your time online or over the phone. Secondly, of course, ballots have gone out, and there's no more important aspect of good local government than having an active citizenry. And so it's so important that our residents, as they're receiving their ballots, to look through the local candidates, the many ballot measures that are on there, and then make sure they mail in their ballots if they feel confident doing that, or dropping it off at a drop box, or there will also be polling sites. But I did want to let residents know that there's a way you can track your ballot. As you receive it and you put it in the mail, when it gets to the post office, you'll get a text or an email. When it arrives at the elections office, you'll get another text and email. And each person could sign up. It's very easy. At the website is where'smyballot.sos.ca.gov, and you quickly sign up, and you will get all those texts and emails to ensure that your ballot got to the right place and that it was counted. So I just wanted to thank our elections office and even our Secretary of State that now has technology where you can make sure that you're registered, you can verify that you're registered, you can verify and track your ballot as it goes from your home to the elections office, and then once it's counted, you can verify that it was counted also. So these are all new mechanisms that didn't exist just a few years ago that voters could, I think, feel more confident and more assured that this is a secure process that we have in California. Lastly, I want to really just take an opportunity to give best wishes on behalf of the Board of Supervisors to a local boxer who this Friday, in 3 days, will be fighting for the world title. We honored him here in our board chambers just 2 years ago when he had won a regional WBO youth championship title on Friday night at 7 o'clock on ESPN before millions of viewers at the MGM Grand in Las Vegas. Our local boxing champion that we recognize will now fight for a world title, featherweight world title against Mexico's Emmanuel Navarrete. It's a tough fight, but it's one that we know that Ruben will win and will bring home a world title. This is important for Salinas, not only because boxing is such a popular sport along with soccer in the Latino community, but in Salinas, we do need more role models. We need more sources of inspiration and motivation for our youth to stay focused, stay out of trouble, pursue their dreams, and hopefully reach the very top in their careers or in their sports or whatever goals they set for themselves. This is one good example of a young man who always, every single fight, he was always uplifting Salinas, promoting our county, but always never forgetting where he came from and always giving back, doing fundraisers or clothing drives and toy drives for homeless children, providing after-school activities at his gym for local athletes. And even in this fight, trying to raise some money for the Al Saul Resource Center to help farm workers and their families. Just a few weeks ago, we were out there handing out N95 masks to farm workers. And so this is exciting for all of us. So yesterday we had a press conference with some of the sponsors, his training team. He had to remain in quarantine, for obvious reason, because so much is on the line. But we really thank all our community who came out to do a nice community send-off. And we hope that after Friday night's victory, that we could have some great celebration here in Salinas We're confident about our champ. He's worked so hard. This is something that many fighters never ever get a chance to just to have a world title fight. He got it early in his career, and we're wishing him the best. And we wish thank his team, all the sparring partners, all the people who supported him financially, and certainly I think for Salinas, we're wishing him the very best, wishing him que si se puede, that no matter what odds are out there, that he could bring home that title, because that's how we are in Salinas. We're resilient, we're fighters, and we hope that he will bring home that title so we could celebrate with him and the entire community. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor. I wanted to share just a couple brief comments. I agree with the census comments. That's so critical. I know we say this every week, kind of like a broken record, but we have these extra 31 days that were granted by the court. We need to use them. This weekend I was in King City with a great team from Monterey County out helping to drive up our census numbers. We sat outside of a Tortilleria Martinez, and we gave away menudo to anybody willing to sign up. And at the same time, we handed out hand sanitizers and KN95 masks to help keep the public safe. And it's shocking to still see so much fear in our community about filling out the census. And so I just want to encourage everybody to fill it out. I know it is secure and it's guaranteed to be secure, and we'll continue to reiterate that, and we will fight to keep that as truth. To the extreme extent, this is important for every single person who lives in Monterey County, that you fill out the census, that you let us know that you are here, that we get the resources our community deserves to fix the issues that we face every single day. Just a couple of weeks ago, I was driving through King City. I know I mentioned it last week. There was an incredible road crew out there with census signs all over the car, and to me it was that perfect pairing of what happens if you fill out the census. Your roads get fixed. The dollars come into our community based on the numbers that we're able to show actually live here and use our services every single day. So just wanted to remind folks of that. I also had the opportunity this weekend to meet the new crew from New York's fire department. It was interesting. They'd never been in the national forest in California before. One of them kept asking, where are the sidewalks? But they're here to help us. You know, they're here to finally end this fire here in Monterey County, the Dolan fire that continues to burn. But what I wanted to share today was the hope. You know, walking through burned portions of that forest, that fire burned there just a few weeks ago, but you could see ferns that had completely dried, burned, and disappeared already having that regenerative growth. The new growth was 6 to 12 inches already on some of those ferns near waterways. The forest will rebound, but in the meantime, we need to stay out of the forest to allow it to recover. And I know that there's closures for a reason. We are still dealing with illegal campers and folks walking into the areas that some are still active fire zones. So we continue to ask folks to stay out of that area, allow the forest to recover. I know we all love that forest, and we need to spend more time there as a community to understand why we live here. And so in order for that to be the case for all of us, we need to go ahead and respect the closures and stay out of there until the authorities let us know that we can return to that beautiful forest. With that, I'm going to turn to our CAO and see if we have any comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We don't have any referrals this week. I would just echo some of the comments made by the board members, especially on the census. I know it can be confusing because some of us, including me personally, I've received emails from the federal census saying that they're 99.6% complete. And so it's very confusing to realize, well, what does that mean? It's you know, they've sent out their notices and you know, they've put out what, you know, their role so far is what they think they meet as 99.6% complete, but it doesn't mean that we have 99.6% of our population who have responded, and that's what we need. Those persons who are in our county right now to respond, and that's the constitutional requirements of persons who are here. And so we just want to encourage everyone to do that, and also echo the sentiments about the election. Election is coming up, and just want to encourage everyone to get out and vote. It's important. It's important for our community for you to do that and do so safely. Thank you.
Can I ask you a question, Mr. CEO?
Yes.
Can people volunteer to help this election day?
Thank you for the softball, of course. Yes, in fact, we are encouraging all members of the public who have the ability to volunteer, and there's training through the elections department. We know some of our supervisorial offices they and their staff are volunteering, and the Board of Supervisors has also agreed to cancel their meeting for November 3rd so that they themselves can get out and staff can get out and help volunteer for the election, an important civic duty.
Great, thank you, Mr. CEO. With that, we're going to open up general public comment for today's meeting. Again, this is an opportunity for the public to share comments regarding items that are not on today's agenda. We'll go ahead and have 2 minutes per speaker. I'll go with folks in the room first, see if anybody wishes to share public comment with this board at this time.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors and Chairman Lopez. My name is Eric Sand. You probably know that already. I'm the chairman of the Carmel Valley Save Open Space 501c3. I'm very involved in Carmel Valley and the well-being of its residents. Right now, we're very concerned about future fires, particularly what's going on with the state right now. Carmel Valley is very prone to fires. The 93924 zip code is especially prone, according to many reports. The Carmel fire, which was also the Kashawa Grade fire, started 2 days after the river fire. The river fire was very destructive. The command post base of operations was set up at Toro Park because of the proximity. I talked with several members of the fire station, including the captain at Via Contenta in Carmel Valley Village. If the Carmel fire had started, they had changed places, the staging area would have been the Carmel Valley Village airfield. So the Carmel Valley Save Open Space is very much behind Mary Adams' referral for the county to investigate participating in perhaps setting up a bond issue. We're not asking for a handout from the county. I want to make that very perfectly clear. Many residents, in fact, the vast majority of the residents of the Carmel Valley support us in our efforts to acquire the airfield. So whatever efforts the county can help us in that regard would be very much appreciated. We're just very concerned about our safety, and we want to make sure that the Board of Supervisors recognizes that. I know these are very trying times, and I appreciate your time and patience. I am going to be persistent, not insistent in this matter, so you will be seeing me here on a number of occasions in the future. But thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Cynthia Hall, and I've lived in Carmel Valley since 1975, and I'm here today to ask you to help us purchase the airfield for the public safety of all Monterey County residents. All of us know that fires, it's not a matter of if, but when. There are going to be more. So my family had to evacuate, and at the time we evacuated, there were 3 fires around us. So it's crucial that we get this land to keep it so it's available, whether it be a serious automobile accident on Carmel Valley Road so the helicopters can land and take a critically ill person to Natividad Trauma Center, whether it's a hiker. There are all sorts of cases that airfield is critical. It's critical for health and safety, and also we have a custom in Carmel Valley that has been going on for 60 years. It's the Santa Claus fly-in. And Supervisor Mary Adams knows about it because she's participated in the parade. And this tradition has been going on for 60 years. My children participated in it. My granddaughter turns 30 years old today, and I have a picture of her on the fire engine participating in this parade. If this land is purchased and development is there, we are going to lose this opportunity. You folks have a lot of power, but very seldom do you have the power to do something so good in perpetuity for the residents of the Monterey Peninsula and the county. So we appreciate all the help you can be, and I hope you work your hardest. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in chambers? Seeing nobody approaching the microphone, I'll turn to the Zoom and remind our participants on the Zoom to please use the raise hand function. We do have a hand up from Kathy Bell Barlow. Kathy Bell, we're going to give you the ability to unmute yourself and share a 2-minute public comment with this board. Ms. Barlow?
Yes. Can you hear me?
You
Oh, great.
can.
Thank you. I was just, I heard comments on and discussion about number 7 of the appointments, but I didn't hear anything of the approval of the other appointments. I don't know if I missed it.
They were all moved together with the clarification
Okay, great.
on 7. Yeah.
Just wanted to know. Thank you so much. That's
Thank you. Okay. So with that, we're going to go ahead and close public comment and move into our 10:30 scheduled matters. And the first item, item 11, is a consider adoption of recommendations from the Ledge Committee. And we'll get a presentation on these items from Annette Diadamo and Ashley Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, board members. This is Annette Diadamo with the County Administrative Office. And I am here to report to you on the board's legislative meeting from September 14th, where they reviewed propositions 19 and 21, which appear on the November 3rd statewide ballot. Today, I'll be reviewing the committee's recommendations with you and seeking direction regarding positions the board may wish to take on these ballot propositions. Proposition 19 changes certain property tax rules. If passed, it will amend the California Constitution to allow eligible homeowners to transfer their tax assessments anywhere within the state and allow tax assessments to be transferred to a more expensive home with an upward adjustment. It will also increase the number of times a person over 55 or with severe disabilities can transfer their tax assessments from 1 to 3. It will require that inherited homes that are not used as principal residences, such as second homes and rentals, be reassessed at market value when transferred, and will allocate additional revenue or net savings resulting from the ballot measure to wildfire agencies and counties. If passed, it's expected that local governments could gain tens of millions of dollars in property tax revenue per year, and schools would receive similar property tax gains. And revenue from other taxes could also increase, and most of this new state revenue would be spent on fire protection. However, counties would probably need to hire new staff and make computer upgrades to carry out this measure, and this would probably increase costs to counties by tens of millions of dollars per year. The full voter information guide on Proposition 19 is included in your packet as Exhibit A, and the Legislative Committee made no recommendation on Proposition 19, but simply referred it to your board for consideration. For Proposition 21, which would expand local government authority to enact rent control on residential properties, it would, if passed, amend state law to allow local governments to establish rent control on residential properties over 15 years old and allow local limits on annual rent increases to differ from the current statewide limit. It would allow rent increases in rent-controlled properties of up to 15% over 3 years at the start of a new tenancy, above any increases allowed by the local ordinance. It would exempt individuals who own no more than 2 homes from new rent control policies, and in accordance with California law, would prohibit rent control from violating a landlord's right to fair financial return. Overall, the measure could potentially reduce state and local revenues in the high tens of millions of dollars per year over time, depending on actions of local communities. Revenue losses could be more or less. The full voter information guide on Proposition 1 is included as Exhibit B, and the Legislative Committee recommends that the board adopt a support position on Proposition 21. Just as a reminder, at your August 27th meeting, your board took support positions on Proposition 16, which would allow diversity as a factor in public employment, education, and contracting decisions. On Proposition 17, which would restore the right to vote after completion of a prison term, and on Proposition 18, which would amend the California Constitution to permit 17-year-olds to vote in primary and special elections if they will turn 18 by the next general election and otherwise be eligible to vote. The board's legislative committee consists of Supervisor Adams and Supervisor Alejo, who may also wish to provide comments on these items. And I believe the county assessor, Steve Bagnini, is on the Zoom and wishes to comment on Proposition 19. And additionally, the county's state legislative advocate, Ashley Walker with NOSSM, is available if you have any further questions. Thank you.
Great. Why don't we go ahead and go to board questions first, and then we'll go to Mr. Vagnini, and then we'll keep going from there. Any questions from board members at this juncture? Supervisor Parker.
I got
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question on Proposition 19. Could you explain why, if a person is able to transfer presumably their lower tax basis to a new, more expensive home, how does that, and that's only part of this recommendation. I can see that there are a couple loopholes that are being closed here. How does that result in more revenue coming to the state? And I guess the twin question for 21 is, how would sort of rent control, isn't that a private transaction? How would that decrease state and local revenues?
Would you like me to answer that question, Annette?
Yes, please do. I'm trying to get Ashley Walker on the Zoom right now too, so I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's a very good question, Supervisor Parker, and it's a very complicated proposition. Both 15 and 19 are going to have tremendous impact on Proposition 13. I am taking no position on both of those propositions, as my position is to administer whatever the voters decide. However, to answer your question on Proposition 19, it's two-pronged proposition. The first prong of that proposition, you're familiar with Proposition 60 that we've had for many years, that allows people to transfer their base year values if they're 55 or older to homes equal or less value, which is a tremendous proposition, allows seniors as they downsize in their later years to transfer their low base year values. Now, there's also Proposition 90, which allows people to do that from outside of, from one county to the other county, and it gives the board the discretion whether or not to enact that. We used to have that in Monterey County, but we termed it out because we were impacted by a loss of revenue. So this Proposition 90 would now allow everybody, regardless of what the board decides, to transfer their base year values from one county to the other. And they would allow them to do it not once, but 3 times. And they would allow them to buy a property of higher value, paying on the incremental value. If you bought a property higher than what you sell your for, is you'd still transfer your base year value, but you'd carry over that incremental value. So clearly the state is not going to gain revenue on that part of Proposition 90. And as a matter of fact, counties like Monterey, where people like to come and retire, could possibly lose revenue. Now, the realtors support that initiative, and they've been trying to convince the Board of Supervisors to reinstate Prop 90 for many years because it's good for business, it's good for the economy. You can make arguments both ways. So the part of this proposition where we would raise revenues for the states, hypothetically, would be right now under Proposition 58, you could transfer your property to your children and not be reassessed. Your principal residence can be transferred to your children. Plus, you can transfer up to $1 million of your property, not at market value, but at assessed value. So if you own 10 properties around the county, all assessed with really low base year values at $100,000, you could transfer all those properties and your principal residence, and none of it would be reassessed. This, if passed, would eliminate that, and you would only be able to transfer a property that's your principal residence, and it would require the children who inherit that property to live in that property. So that's, a lot of the assessors' offices around the state, well, how are we going to be able to enforce that? How are we going to be able to figure out if they're actually living in their property? So there's if it does pass, there'll have to be some revisions so it'll be enacted. As Annette said, we would have to hire staff in order to do all these things. But to answer your question, my long-winded answer is the first part of the proposition is not going to raise revenue. The second part of the proposition theoretically could raise tens of millions of dollars.
Okay, Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I did want to just make clear that this is not only supported by the realtors. I supported this proposition in committee. I've endorsed it publicly, but it's also supported by the California professional firefighters for obvious reasons. With a new reality in California in the years ahead, with so many devastating firefighters that are going on today, in past years and in recent weeks and months in Monterey County, but they're going to be the new norm, unfortunately, in throughout California and certainly in our county, where we've already had to deal with 3 fires this year, and the Soberanes fire and the Big Sur fire prior to that. I mean, this is something that I know it's complicated. The proposition is definitely complicated, but the question is, how does it benefit Monterey County? And I think I believe Sandra Lowe of the California Professional Firefighters Association might be on to speak on and answer questions during public comment, but also answer questions and provide another point of view. I know our esteemed Mr. Vagnini has his opinions on this, as do the Assessors Association in California, but it's also important to hear from our first responders and our firefighters. I did want to point out that potentially this measure could have significant benefits, not only for our fire districts, but also for our service districts in the county. And I want to just, for the record, point those out: the Romas Tri-County Fire, Cashawa, Carmel Highlands, Cypress Fire, Gonzales Fire, Greenfield, Mission Soledad, Monterey County Regional, North County Fire, Pajaro Sunny Mesa Service District, Pebble Beach Service District, Santa Lucia Community Service District, South Monterey County Fire Protection District, and the Spreckles Community Service District. So I just want to just recognize, hopefully they were able to get on the line, but in this debate and considering that we are the voice of our residents on whether we support particular propositions or not, I also just wanted to make sure we get hopefully the view from our first responders on this matter. On Prop 21, obviously, I think we supported the last similar proposition, and I continue to support this measure today, knowing that places like Salinas have been among the most adversely impacted by rent increases from one year to the next. In fact, Salinas for several years has been on the top 10 cities in California with the highest rent increases. And so I think just slightly above the majority of Salinas residents are renters. So when it comes to the question about protections and limits on how much could be raised, this is certainly a very important one for our county to weigh in on. So I would just urge that we support both of these measures today. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. So seeing no other supervisor hands up at this point, I'm going to go ahead and give Mr. Vagnini the opportunity to share his comments with this board.
Well, thank you, Supervisor Lopez. And I pretty much shared my comments in response to Supervisor Parker, but I would like to add, I support the fire district strongly. And, I think the fire districts need to find sources of revenue. And so I strongly endorse their endorsement, if you will. I'm just not sure if this is the proper method. And once again, I'm not taking a position on this, but I just want you to understand that Proposition 60, which is this would alter Proposition 60. It's pretty much Proposition 60 on steroids now, was always something that the fire district did not support. And whereas their support is coming now from the Proposition 58 portion of it, which would eliminate the rights of parents to transfer to children. So it's just something I thought you should be aware of. It's more complicated than it seems. However, who knows, will it generate more revenue, and who knows if it will come to the county and work its way to the fire district. So that's pretty much my comments. I agree with you. It is supported by the realtors. It is supported by the fire districts, and for a good reason, but whether or not they will actually realize the revenue that they so sorely need remains to be seen. So I'd be happy to answer any questions as well.
Thank you, Mr. Vagnini. At this point, we're going to open it up for public comment. Again, speakers will have 2 minutes to share their public comment with this board. I don't see anybody in room coming forward, so I'm going to go to the Zoom. Just remind folks, we ask you to use the raise hand function. That's at the bottom of your screen, and *9 if you're participating via telephone. We're going to go ahead and start with Esther Malkin. Esther, you'll have 2 minutes to share your public comment with this board. You'll now have the ability to unmute yourself.
Hello, everybody. Esther Malkin, Monterey Peninsula Renters United. I want to strongly concur with the recommendation that staff is making on Prop 21. It's a very important time for us to work on this and make sure it passes this time around, contrary to all the scare tactics that are being aired all over our television stations currently. We are facing record number of evictions coming up, and this proposition is a way for individual cities and jurisdictions to be able to come up with their own versions of housing policies regarding rents and not be hampered by what Costa Hawkins has done to contribute to the astronomical housing crisis that we have that has also affected rent prices. We've got gentrification actively fleeing urban. The property management companies are currently incentivized by AB 1482 to reset rents upon vacating of these units that are either being self-evicted or when the moratorium lifts are going to create more evictions that way. The wording of it, unfortunately, saying is going to hamper the response, because really all it is about is when it comes to rent. It is about giving about giving policy control to our elected officials that are bound to listen to their constituents' requests. And as mentioned by one of the supervisors, almost every single city in this county has a majority of renters in as their residents. So their voices have to be heard. Any candidate or elected officials that do not agree with...
Thank you, Esther. We're over time. We're going to go ahead and continue here. I don't see any other hands up via the Zoom, so we're going to bring it back to the board for discussion.
Mr. Chair,
Supervisor.
I got text by Sandra Lowe that she's trying to log on, so if she's able to get on after questions, if we could recognize her. She's just having a hard time getting on from wherever she's at.
Okay, Supervisor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually just had another question in addition to the one that I had previously about the fiscal thing that's going on in Prop 21. I'm curious about how rent increases or decreases affects local revenues. So if someone could answer that. And then I have a question on Prop 19. I do see that some money goes to fire issues, departments, whatever. And I couldn't find a specific percentage. I want to make sure that if there are costs to local governments to implement this, that it also says it's good for schools and other local governments, but I couldn't find anything, maybe it's in there, but I didn't see it, if there's some kind of breakdown of the percentages.
Ashley, can you take a stab at answering those questions?
Hi, Supervisor Parker. It's Ashley Walker. Thank you for your questions. I also had not seen a specific breakdown, but let me look more closely for you and see if I can find that out. Could you repeat your first question though on Proposition 21?
Yes, so I had asked how in 19, if people can transfer their lower tax basis to a new home that could be more expensive, how that produces revenue. And Steve Agnini answered that question. It's a different portion, different part of Prop 19. So my question on 21 is also how it says in the in my little here, and I should look at the piece that we have in our agenda, but basically in Annette's summary too, she said that there could be a reduction in state and local revenues as a result of rent control. So I'm just wondering how private transactions affect local and state revenues.
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't have an answer for that. I don't know if there's someone else that might be better suited to ask how that might impact local revenues. I don't know that I'd be able to predict how that might turn out.
Okay, I don't see any hands shooting up. The only assumption I can throw out there, Supervisor Parker, is the prediction that by enacting 21, there will be less development of new homes. And so by that function, there would be less.
Possibly, but actually, excuse me, Mr. Chair, I was just reading something else which says that it would affect the income of landlords, and that would reduce the income tax that could be collected on them, but that seems a bit marginal. So anyway, thank you. I was just curious about that. Thanks.
Thank you. We're going to go to Supervisor Phillips next. Supervisor Phillips. Supervisor, if you're with us, you need to unmute yourself. There we go.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
We got you.
Okay. I'm feeling a little bit like Justice Ginsburg since I'm dusting off my dissents on it, but I on Prop 19, it's complicated and it has plus and minuses, but and we're all for fire districts, especially out here in North County. Our fire district is hurting, but the administrative costs of this cause me concern. So I have some concerns about Prop 19. Like I said, it's complicated, and I see advantages both ways, but I'm not sure, like Mr. Bagnini said, I'm not sure this is the proper mechanism to support our fire districts. As to Prop 21, philosophically, I just disagree with it. You know, in my parents' life, that they asked one thing of county government and state government is just stay out of their way so they could make a living and support their family. And over the years, government has been involved in a lot more things, and in a positive way, many of them, but they all cost money to run the programs. And telling people what they can charge for their property, they built it, they bought the property, they put it into say what they can charge for rental of the property. I don't think that's something government should be involved in. The problem is the people that stood in the way of us building housing and having adequate number of housing, so it's a competitive market. So I'm for rental assistance for people that need it, but to get in and tell people what they can do with their own property that they built themselves, and what they can charge for rent. And you know, if we do this in 5 or 10 years, why not carry it to its logical conclusion and tell people, well, you bought this property for 600,000, and when you sell it, will allow you to make a certain amount of profit, but you can only sell it for 650,000, even though it on the market you could get 700,000. So there's some things I don't think government should be involved in, and this is one of them. So I will not support Prop 21.
Thank you, Supervisor. We'll go to Supervisor Adams next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The first question is an overarching question, and that is, could somebody tell me how our board's positions on ballot measures are communicated to the public?
Chair or Supervisor Adams, I don't think that there's an official way that we do this other than the actions that the board takes at its meetings. Generally speaking, when the board takes a position on ballot measures, I usually register that support through the support or opposition website on the ballot proposition itself, and send messages to the board and the clerk of the board as I would with any other legislative correspondence. So there's not anything any different about how to inform the public on these types of things than there would be on any other legislative matter.
So with this though, could our name be used in political advertisements?
Right. So when we register the county's support on a proposition website, we're generally listed as an endorser of that proposition.
So our name could be plucked up and used for even, they don't have to come back and ask us if it could be used.
Correct.
Correct. Okay, thank you. And then my next question is for Mr. Vagnini. And I just want to make sure that I'm capturing this from Proposition 19. So as an example, we've had just an unbelievable booming real estate market over here with so many very, very expensive houses being bought. If Proposition 19 had been in place at this point, and someone is leaving their home in, say, the East Bay or maybe someplace in the Central Valley, and they've owned it for 30 years and their tax rate is very, very low, they could transfer that to a multi-million-dollar home that they may be purchasing over on this side of the county, in this side of the state, and keep that same tax rate that they had from Merced County or wherever it may have been that they were living before. And if in fact that's so, is the cost of what they, of the impact on the county justify the low tax rate, or is it more expensive on the county? Would we be supporting people who are not paying the fair share?
Supervisor Adams, you're absolutely correct. It would impact property taxes that way. And yes, you could potentially get people from outside of Monterey County that want to retire here, selling a home in Los Gatos for several $1 million that has a very low base year value, and buying a property in Monterey County and transferring their very low base year value to Monterey County. So it would impact the property tax. As a matter of fact, we used to allow that with Proposition 90. We were one of the few counties at the time, there's less than a dozen remaining, that allow people to transfer from outside of counties. But as I said, not only would you be able to do it one time, you'd be able to do it 3 times. So you could bop around the state if you want, and you can buy a house that you purchased for more than what you sold your house for. Once again, you wouldn't be getting the whole base year value transferred. You'd be paying on the incremental value. So that portion of the proposition is not going to raise revenue for anybody. The state's going to lose revenue, the fire districts, everybody's going to lose revenue as far as that goes. That's why they added this second component on to the proposition that would generate revenue, restricting the Prop 58 rights.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, I'm going to go ahead and give Sandra Lowe the opportunity to share a 2-minute public comment with us. Sandra, you can unmute yourself and go ahead and share your comment.
Thank you so much. This is Sandra Lowe. I'm representing the Yes on Proposition 19 campaign. Thank you so much, supervisors and staff, for your time. What we have found with Prop 19 is that it is widely supported throughout California. And the reason is I'm calling you from my home county, which is Sonoma County, where we're experiencing fire danger all the time. And there has to be something that in our California law that makes sure that these underfunded fire districts receive the monies that they desperately need. And might I remind you that fire districts are not just for fire, they are also for emergency medical treatment. So in a pandemic world, in a world where there's who knows what the next crisis will be, the people that show up when you have a medical emergency are your local emergency medical technicians in your fire districts. So in Monterey County, you have many fire districts that are very much underfunded. Greenfield, Mission Soledad, Pajaro, Santa Lucia, Spreckles, etc. These are the fire districts that will benefit. We know that the amount of money coming in from closing that property tax loophole will overwhelmingly outweigh any potential loss that you might experience as a result of the portability provision. It is estimated that it will bring in going forward billions with a B to the state of California, and especially to cities, counties, school districts, special districts, etc. And in your beautiful county, there are many people that own multiple homes that are not living in them, that are renting them out, Airbnb, out-of-state residents that will need, these are the people that are costing you money, that are not bringing in any money. So going forward, that loophole will close. You will realize hundreds of millions of dollars to your county, and it will be beneficial to the whole county. And so I urge you to support Prop 19.
Thank you for your public comment. At
Thank
this point, I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to ask Mr. Vagnini a question related to Ms. Lowe's comments. My question is, and then I have a comment as well. In Monterey County, there's a trade-off. In one part of Prop 19, the county loses revenue, and the schools and the fire districts and everybody. And then in another portion, revenues are increased. Can you give us a sense? Ms. Lowe just said that the impact of the revenue producing aspect of this, the inheritance, closing that inheritance loophole, if you will net much more in the way of revenue than what would be lost with the portability part. Can you speak to that as far as Monterey County is concerned?
Well, that's another very good question, and Ms. Lowe made some very good points that it has the potential to raise a lot of revenue, but it's so complicated. The question is, when somebody inherits a property, a child, one, do they live in it? Two, do they rent it out? Or do they sell it? I think quite frequently they sell it. So we don't know without doing a thorough analysis. And I know the Assessors Association has taken a position that, well, how are we going to track this once again? How are you going to make a determination if somebody transfers the property to the children? How are we going to track whether or not they're living in the property or not? I don't have the answer to that question. There's potential for raising significant revenue if, in fact, the majority of the people that transfer their property to their children, the children retain the property. But our experience is a lot of those people turn around and sell the property, even though they have low base year values. Obviously, there are people that have retained those low base year values, and that, if you close the loophole, if you will generate more revenue. But and once again, who will fund the cost of administering it? Will the Board of Supervisors give me more appraisers to do that work? Remains to be seen. And we're already burdened with other things that we haven't been funded for. So because the state never seems to give us the money to the county to do that. So we won't even get into Proposition 15, which is referred to as the split roll, and the cost for that will be astronomical. So I can't answer your question. It is so complicated, but probably there would be more revenue generated by closing the loophole. Question is how much more revenue? And once again, I want to stress my support completely to the fire districts. One way or the other, we have to find a way, whether it's increasing our tax increment. And that's something that we deal with internally on the board, the county all the time, how to fund our the fire districts. They're, especially the Monterey County Fire District, which is really an arm of the county, but they don't necessarily get the funding they deserve. But whether or not this is the way to do it, I'm not so sure.
Thank you. I appreciate your answer. And my comment is just that I'm glad that we're having this discussion. I think it's helpful. It's helpful for me. I hope it's helpful for the public. And I'm just disappointed that we haven't had the opportunity to have this discussion about Proposition 15, which also has the potential to bring billions with a B of dollars to schools and local governments, possibly, but we haven't been able to have this conversation and to be able to decide whether to support it or not. And I'm just sorry that that our legislative committee didn't ask that be brought forward. Thanks.
Supervisor Alejo.
Mr. Chair, I just want to propose that we consider voting on each proposition individually. So if I could move consideration for a position of yes on Proposition 19, I'd like to make that the first motion.
Okay, I have a motion on 19. I'll second it. With that, we'll go to a roll call vote on 19.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
No.
Supervisor Parker?
Just a question. I'd like to, I guess I need to vote no on this because I'd prefer that the county remain neutral. Is that the right thing for me to do, county council or CAO? Procedurally?
Well, procedurally, the thing to do would have been to have a substitute motion to remain neutral on it, but it's too late for that now.
Okay.
So you need to vote on the pending motion.
Okay, thank you. No.
And just for the record, I would support a neutral position.
Supervisor Adams?
Yeah, I'll vote no, but I also would support a neutral position.
And Chair Supervisor Lopez.
I'm a yes. So that motion fails 3-2, and the floor is open again on 19.
No, sorry, that was 19.
I propose a motion that we take a neutral position on Proposition 19.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Parker?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Lopez.
Aye. The motion carries. Okay, so that leaves Prop 21. And before we hear a motion, I just wanted to share a few thoughts. I think for me, doing my research on this one, I look at where we sit right now as a county, and our issue is a shortage of units. It's, yes, the shortage leads to increased numbers, but I think we're going after a symptom and not the cause. So I'm unable to support 21 due to that. I believe that, looking at the opposition from the trades, the opposition from our governor, I believe that right now where we sit with this pandemic and the shortage and the fact that the shortage of units is leading to the spread of the virus in our community, I can't support something that could potentially reduce the amount of available units in our community. And so for me, that is the overriding factor, and I just wanted to put that out there. At this point, the floor is open for a motion on 21.
Mr. Chair? I would move that we take a support position on this proposition. But I do have to say one thing. I want to clarify. The legislature already acted to take some protective measures about rent increases. So the governor and the legislature enacted this measure would further empower local governments to take additional measures. So it's not automatic. It's not the law changes once this ballot proposition, if it were to pass, it requires additional actions by local governments, board of supervisors and city councils to take those additional measures. So I just want to be clear on what this measure actually does and doesn't do. But I would move that we take a support position on Proposition 21. If there's a second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Lejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
No.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Lopez.
No, the motion carries 3-2. Thank you. We'll
Thank
head
you.
into
I did
item
vote
12
aye
now.
if I had been asked.
Oh.
I'm sorry, Supervisor Parker.
Aye. Thanks.
Sorry. Okay, we're going to head into item 12, which is to receive a presentation on the implementation of referral number 2020-23, titled Monterey County Emergency Renters Relief Program, which was issued on August 18th. And with that, I'll turn it over to Lauren Suwansupa from the community, who is the Community Affiliation Manager with the Department of Social Services.
Lauren, you need to unmute.
I think I am. Can you hear me?
Now you
Yes,
are.
now we can.
Yeah.
Good. It just takes a moment to connect. Thank you. Thank you, Chair and members of the board. Pleased to present today on the implementation of Referral 2020-23 for the Emergency Rent and Utility Relief Program. Let me get our presentation pulled up for you. The program is designed to distribute your board's allocated $1.25 million in federal CARES Act funding for rent and utility assistance to low-income Monterey County residents that are facing housing instability due to a loss or reduction of income that's resulting from our COVID-19 crisis. Department of Social Services has partnered up with United Way Monterey County and their resources of the 211 information call system, their smart referral software, and the infrastructure that was in place for their emergency food and shelter program. We've been able to collaboratively create a program that will quickly identify our local partners from across Monterey County to disperse the funds to our county residents in need. When we were developing the structure of the program, every effort's been made to keep our barriers to accessing the assistance low, and any program limits that were put in place were designed to ensure that the program supports low-income residents that are most vulnerable to the impacts of COVID-19, and that the funding stretches to help as many residents as possible. For our presentation today, I'm joined by Josh Madfis, Vice President of Community Investments at United Way Monterey County, and he's going to share the details of the program's designs, our goals, strategies, and process for accessing the assistance. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Josh.
Thanks, everyone. Good afternoon. Can you switch to the next slide, please? Great. So the goal of the program, as Lawrence said, is to distribute funding for rent and utility assistance to eligible low-income residents in our county who have faced instability due to loss of income as a result of the pandemic. Our strategies, which we'll speak in more detail about later in the agenda, are to partner with 11 community benefit organizations that are spread throughout the county to distribute these benefits, the rent and utility assistance, to partner with the 211 Monterey County Call Center to do intake, screen, and then refer residents through these agencies. And then also to leverage the United Way Smart Referral software, which helps us build capacity of these agencies and standardize the process for distributing the benefit. The software sends referrals from the call specialists to these agencies and allows the agencies to then make payments and document the payments. It ensures that benefits are limited to $3,000 per tax-paying household, and emails also the residents about the program information. And it also allows us to do real-time reporting on how the spending is happening throughout the county. Next slide, please. So the eligibility requirements are, as mentioned, it's limited to assist to applicants who have lost employment or income, either permanently or temporarily as a result of the pandemic. It's for families that do not exceed 80% of the area median income as determined by HUD. You must have an active utility account with an active account with a utility company, or have a lease or letter from a landlord saying that rent's due or in arrears. You must reside within Monterey County boundaries and have not benefited from another federally funded rent or utility assistance program. Next slide, please. So here's the process. If you are a resident and you're interested to determine if you're eligible, you can call 211 and then or you can go directly to one of our implementing partners to assess your eligibility. If you call 211, they would do an intake. So they would document some demographic information and create a unique identifier of your name and birthday, and then implement an assessment survey, which would then show if you're eligible or not. And if you are, then they would be, it would demonstrate the required documents that you have to show, the participating agencies that are providing the benefit, and the resident can choose which agency they want to receive the funding from. And then they would send an email to the resident that documents all that. So they have a record of the amount they're eligible for, the paying agency, and the documents that they need. And then the software would send an email to the participating agencies. And so then the email would indicate to them that a client is eligible, and they would log into the software to access the resident's profile. And when they connect with the resident, they would receive these documents to prove their eligibility. They would verify their validity. And if they are, they could upload them to the client's profile. And then they can make a payment directly to the landlord or the utility company. And they would also document the payment in the system, which ensures that the resident wouldn't benefit more than once. The landlord or utility company is going to provide the necessary tax information and addresses, and then confirm when the payment's been received. Can you go to the next slide? Thank you. So these are the required documents. It's one government photo ID with name and birthday, and it can be from any government. It doesn't have to be from the United States. They would have to attest that all their resources have been exhausted. They would have to demonstrate that they're below 80% AMI with one of the following documents. And if they don't have any of these, the pay stubs or W-2 form, they can complete a self-certification form that shows that they're eligible. They would need a lease or a letter from their landlord saying that rent is due or in arrears, a utility bill in their name, and then the landlord's address, tax info, and actually a photo ID as well. And then the benefits, as mentioned, it's $3,000 per household, and that could be for several months or several utility bills as long as they didn't exceed that $3,000. And then, as mentioned, they're not eligible if they're receiving or have received rent assistance in the past. Next slide, please. So this is a list of the partner agencies that we're working with, and we have a nice mix of cities, of nonprofits and faith-based organizations, and we really tried to prioritize partners that are really supporting some of our hardest hit communities in the county. So for reporting, the software is a great tool in that it allows us to do real-time reporting. So as soon as an agency enters in or documents the payments, we can see how many inquiries have been received and how many have resulted in payments. And then we can disaggregate those payments by race, by ethnicity, by city and zip code, and by gender and age. And then we're working on, just to promote the program, through this presentation, through a press release, we'll do radio and TV and social media promotion in Spanish and English. So that's the presentation. I'd love to hear your questions or comments.
Can you do me a quick favor and go back to the slide with the participating agencies or the partner agencies? Perfect. Okay, great. Any questions from board members? Supervisor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, one of my questions was, is it possible that this is done with no wrong door? And it looks as though that's pretty much the case. What if someone goes to a utility or an agency that's not on this list? Are you able to work with another agency to help get someone in need into this pipeline? What's your process for that?
Yeah, so I mean, we can reach out to all agencies, and I'm hoping that the community will be aware of this program, and that they could then refer to the agencies that are providing the assistance and 211. We do convene an active referral network monthly that has about 50 or so service providers in our county, and we plan to update them on this program, and just to really raise the profile and make folks aware.
Thank you. And then another question for you, and then one maybe for county staff. I'm a little concerned about the requirement that the person or family not have benefited from a program, sounded like ever. My question initially was timeline, and I guess I'm just concerned because in this area, when we have people who are struggling to get by, they may have qualified for or been in need of some kinds of services in the last year or 6 months. And so I guess I'm wondering about that. I can see not currently receiving that. Maybe that makes sense, but I guess I'm a little concerned about that they haven't received services from anybody ever, or anyway, I'm just concerned about that.
Yeah, well, I mean, the goal of the program is to ensure that as many people as possible can benefit from it, and that criteria was really within the lab since the pandemic started, and really prioritizing emergency assistance. So other cities providing CARES Act or CDGB funding or emergency food and shelter program from FEMA. So I mean, that was the goal. And I do feel like if we feel like the funding is bottlenecking and not getting out to many people, we could reevaluate that. I don't know, Lauren, if you have anything else you want to say.
Yes, we would make more clearly on marketing tools that it really is intended to be not since the pandemic, so in early March.
And if I could, and this is Lori, if I could just also say that if we find that our current construct is creating more barriers, and the beauty of this is that we have the flexibility that we can go back and reevaluate the criteria.
Great. So if someone had gone to the food bank to get food, they wouldn't be disqualified from this service? So, okay. I just think it's important that, this is as you know, in the Department of Social Services and probably United Way as well, people bounce in and out because of the changing nature of the employment cycle. A reduction in hours can, or if a car breaks down or a child is sick, it can really reduce someone's income, and then they go back up. And so the eligibility is just it's a bouncing ball, that. So I just really wouldn't want to be creating barriers, but I see what you're trying to do. And then my other question is, this is an allocation of CARES Act money, right? So as we allocate this money to United Way for these purposes, does it count on our balance sheet essentially as spent? I know that's an issue with the state and the feds, that we spend this money before the end of the calendar year. So by allocating this to United Way, is it considered spent according to their definitions? And maybe that's a Dwayne Woods question more than you all.
Good question, though.
Hi, this is Becky Cromer, the Finance Director for Social Services. I will just interject that this amount of money that we've given to United Way, I'm anticipating that it will probably only last a month. We've encumbered the funds, and we did receive a survey, I think last Friday, it's going in this week, from the state asking us questions about where we're at in our spending. And one of them is probably encumbrances. So this money is encumbered. And so with the intent to spend, and I just think that it will not last past a month, but maybe we could, maybe it'll be a month and a half. But I also thought that this would be a good place if we weren't spending in other areas, that we could maybe place more money here if they do start spending it pretty fast, because we've got quite a few agencies.
Great, thank you. Those are my questions.
Perhaps we could get a little more clarity on that expenditure question from Ezekiel Vega, who's with us on the Zoom. Mr. Vega, do you happen to know how that would be classified? Maybe step up. There he is.
I am here. So the specific question is how will what specific area will classify? Could you please repeat that?
So it's at what point would the dollars be considered expended? Would they be when we sent them over to United Way, or would the entire program need to run out of funding before our expenditure deadline on the CARES Act funding?
It will be when the expense is incurred. Is not it will be sufficient for us to just send the money over to them, but then the expense will have to be.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go to Supervisor Alejo next. Supervisor?
Hey, okay, I'm muting now. Sorry. Anyways, I wanted to first of all thank the staff and all the partners for putting a program together very quickly without having a previous template to do it. So thank you all, and also ensuring hopefully some safeguards to make sure that it's getting to the right people, but also trying to keep barriers as low as possible, as you articulated. So thank you. I do believe the programs, the funds for these types of relief programs need to actually be expended, given out to the beneficiaries by the end of the year, is what I've heard from other counties. But as staff articulated, they're probably going to run out of this money way before that December 30th deadline. So I don't anticipate that being a problem. But the first question would just be, how do we articulate that this program would also be available regardless of your immigration status? So I want to make sure that is this program available for those with legal status and also for the undocumented, or what's that issue? Obviously, it's a question that's going to come up right away. And then secondly, when does this program go live? When can we tell the community they could call 211 or go to the listed partners to apply for this particular rent and utility relief program?
Right.
I'll answer the citizenship question. No questions are asked in the eligibility requirements regarding citizenship. With just asking that their place of residence resides within Monterey County, but no other issues with documents or their citizenship are asked.
Great. And when does it go live?
It's live now.
Oh, great. That's excellent. And so it's certainly, if we could get copies of the flyers to post on social media, I thank you for this work, and hopefully we get it out and that it could be utilized. But I did want to just take a moment to remind our community that this is what these funds are intended, not only to, the CARES fund is not only to offset some of the major costs the county accumulated over this pandemic, but it's also to get resources out to our community, and in this case, our most vulnerable, our low-income families, those who are struggling the most. This rent and utility relief program, I think, will go a long ways to help a lot of residents. It's not enough, as our staff have pointed out, but certainly an important one. And I thank our team for really laying this out very easily for our residents, and that people could now today start calling 211 and applying to try to get these benefits. And I'm glad that it's being paid directly to the landlords or to utility companies to ensure it's being paid for its intended purposes. So thank you for this work. And I think certainly something we could be proud of. And hopefully we'll get a report at the end about how many people we were able to benefit under both aspects of this program. Thank you.
And thank you. This is Lori Medina. Thank you, Supervisor Alejo, one for the referral and also for your comments, because, you know, when we first, you know, put our application in for the CARES Act funding, we asked for $1 million, and it was actually through your motion that you questioned whether $1 million would be enough and if we would have enough for utility assistance too. So you moved to provide an additional $250,000 so that we could make sure that we could also provide rental assistance. And then the other comment that I would make is that in terms of the program, we've tried to make it as flexible as possible, including what kind of documentation would be required. So if folks didn't if they weren't actually the lessor, there could be a letter from the leasing agent or the utility company, so that we're trying to make it as flexible as possible to remove unnecessary barriers so that the assistance gets to the people that we really intend it to get to.
Thank you.
We're going to go to Supervisor Phillips next. Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I do appreciate all the work that's gone into this, and I do appreciate the insight of Supervisor Alejo in bringing this forward, because it does bring some of the CARES Act funding where it should be down to some of the people that need it on it. But just a question, I don't quite understand how the participating partners play into it, and how we came up with 88,195 for Goodwill Central Coast and 68 for City of King. How does that work, or how did that work?
So we put a request for proposals to the agencies in our community that provide this kind of assistance, and did a lot of outreach, and received, you know, various applications that so the agencies requested these amounts. And so we then convened a local board that meets to provide rent and utility assistance and emergency food and shelter funding annually with FEMA money to review these applications and allocate based on our local expertise on where the needs were and the strength of the applications and our confidence in their operations capacity. But it was, you know, the allocations were largely based on the amount that they applied for.
And I would just add too that Josh is being very humble, because when we engage with United Way, they initiated a procurement with a turnaround time of a week, and got a great response, and got providers to step up. So they really embraced and understood the urgency of this issue. So this was really phenomenal. And I have to give Josh and Katie Castagna real big props, because when we were having these discussions, it was really, yes, we can do this, and this is how we will do it. And it was a very quick turnaround time.
All right. Thank you. But like for North Monterey County, it's going to be administered by the Parks and Recs district.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, that's a little out of their lane a little bit, but I'm glad someone stepped up here in North County. Thank you.
A lot of effort was made to, you know, make sure that there were resources available in all areas of the county. So looking at partners that were able to, you know, make it easy for residents to access in their local area was very important. So we appreciate that some agencies that, that you mentioned are a little out of their wheelhouse stepped up to ensure that there were local places that people felt comfortable with and have trusted relationships with, where they can access these services and assistance.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a quick question as well, and that's why I asked the participating partner slide to be brought up. I appreciate the partnerships that it takes to make something like this happen. And my question is, so say somebody from the city of Soledad, they had a program set up there, they apply, and they find out that the funding has dried up, yet next door, Gonzales, there's still a little funding left, or the Housing Resource Center. Can they apply there if the application with the city of Soledad has been deemed not to be able to be funded due to a lack of resource?
Yeah, absolutely. And so that's why the real-time reporting is super helpful, because as the agencies document the amount paid, when the call specialists receive these calls, they can see real-time how much is left that the individual agencies have and refer accordingly.
Thank you. And the only reason for me, I look at the setup there, and I'm missing the city of Greenfield, but I know that I've got a huge rental of folks who are renters in Greenfield make up a large portion of the population. So I just want to make sure that they have access to the resources through some of the neighboring cities who are closer to them in terms of perhaps getting documentation in and that sort of issue that might come up in the process. And I want to state that my other key concern going into this, but that has been clearly addressed, is the question of what if you have multiple families in a single home and it's one family who can't pay their portion. And so that letter option is critical, and I just want to appreciate staff's understanding and taking the time to understand what exactly our communities look like and the challenges that they face. And lastly, I want to thank the United Way for partnering with us as we go through critical times like this. I know I've said it repeatedly, including some remarks to nonprofits, but that is that we can't do this alone. It takes partnerships. It takes breaking some of those silos that have traditionally existed to partner and move forward in a way that best addresses the needs of our community as quickly as possible. And this entire program, in my opinion, is an incredible example of how that happens and that sort of ethos in action. So thank you to all the partners for helping bring this together quickly, every single one of these participating partners for stepping forward. We know that the admin costs aren't going to cover the real cost of doing this work, but we know that the community is in need and they're stepping forward and participating in that fashion, and it means a lot to us and every resident of Monterey County. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Actually, it's a comment rather than a question. So perhaps I'll wait until after public comment and then I'll make my remarks. And actually, I would love to make the motion when it's appropriate. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go to attendees now and see if we have public comments. I see a couple hands up here. We're going to go ahead and start with Esther Malkin. Esther, we'll give you 2 minutes to share a public comment with this board. You should now have the ability to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Yeah, it would be nice to have a timer on the screen, but since I just wanted to comment on a couple of different portions of comments that have been made. For starters, this program is an extension of something that Monterey Peninsula Renters United went directly to United Way at the beginning of the pandemic when we were designing the City of Monterey's Renter Assistance Program. And the City of Monterey has paid for the software for the whole county to be able to use it. So I just want to make sure that everybody understands that, because the City of Monterey was ahead of this curve. And I've worked directly with a number of other cities in helping them come up with their own versions. And I appreciate the tremendous work that staff did on this to be able to include people that are being excluded from some of their own city programs to be able to be included in this. I wanted to also make the point that from the onset, people who rent rooms were not being considered. And that was something that we made it a point to talk about with the City of Monterey, and has been extended through to all the other programs that are out there, Tri-County, not just us.
because there's a market, a sub-market now created for people that cannot afford to rent their own places that rent rooms, and it's very important to cover them as well. So this clearly shows the need for a program like this to be in place even after COVID. And we had been asking for something like this, and our hope is that there is an extension of this program even after the pandemic, because the need is not going to go away. It's actually going to get more needed. So thank you again to Lauren in particular for her work and taking, you know, some of the considerations that I brought to her, and again to the city of Monterey for taking the cost of this program and partnering directly with United Way and us to make this a benefit for the whole county. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. We appreciate your public comment. We're going to go to Grant Leonard next. Mr. Leonard, we're going to give you the ability to unmute yourself. And you'll have 2 minutes to share a public comment with this board.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Thank you for this presentation and for moving forward with rental assistance in the unincorporated county and throughout the county. I wanted to speak today on behalf of the North County Recreation and Park District. I serve as the board chair for the district. And I want to, again, thank you for giving us the opportunity to operate this program for North Monterey County. The North County Recreation Park District has quite a bit of experience with county grants through the Community Development Block Grant Program, and also through our Senior Nutrition Program. And so, although it looks though it's out of our bailiwick a little bit, we do have experience in running these types of grant programs. And we also have staff available as our rec center is currently closed to the public. This is a great way for us to still get involved and still be a center of Castroville and North County. So we look forward to implementing this program and getting that 4,400 out to our community. And please let us know if you have any questions or if you have any other opportunities to partner with you in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Leonard. We're going to go to Alex Rivera next. Alex, we're going to give you the ability to unmute yourself and share a 2-minute public comment with this board.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Just wanted to ask if this was available. I came in a little late. Just wanted to see if I can get this information via email or anything like that. Is there a website we can visit just to have that information, you know, a hard copy, so we could pass on this information to our community members?
Thank you very much for your comment, Mr. Rivera. So we're going to bring it back to the board, and perhaps we could have staff answer that question about where could the community go to get this critical information about the program and how to apply.
Our presentation is submitted to the clerk of the board, and that should be available at the Board of Supervisors website. But we also are planning to distribute our marketing materials and make sure that we publish this information as much as possible. We'll put out some information on our Department of Social Services Facebook and social media places, as well as our website. And I know United Way's got their media push covered as well.
Thank you, Lauren. So at this point, I'm going to bring it back to the board, and I see a hand up from Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, just clarifying what Mr. Rivera just said. I think for a lot of residents, I think there's going to be some excitement, and certainly I think a sense of relief for a lot of families that they could apply. And 2-on-1 is obviously very easy. It's the other organizations that we want to publicize as well, but I just don't know how that's going to be done. On a flyer, will all the partners be listed? Will there be a website that says if they prefer not to call 2-on-1, that they could also go to these organizations and apply? What will the social media or the flyers or the publicity look like? And can we get those today if they're already available? Obviously, today's is a presentation. I don't think we need to take any action because the program is already in place, as was stated, that it's already live today. But I do want to help and get the word out, and so we could get hopefully as many people as apply and get the money out there to those who need it. Lauren?
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. There is actually an action item included here as part of the item in 12. There's the ratification of the execution of the agreement, as well as the authorization for the Director of Social Services to sign up to 3 additional amendments.
Got it.
So there is some action on the agenda today.
I'll second the motion after Mary then.
Okay, Supervisor Adams, I see your hand up as well.
Yes, thank you so much. I just want to say how delighted I am that we're going to be able to do this. The relationship that the county has with United Way goes back almost 20 years, and it's a proven successful partnership. 211 is the absolute perfect medium to be able to make it so easy for people, because it's such an easy number to remember. If they just hear about it somehow, they'll remember the number, and they'll know that they can just call this little simple number and be able to reach someone who can put them directly into the service. Again, because of the emergency food and shelter program that United Way has run for a number of years, they've got the template to do the work and to do it quickly. I think the work that Katie Castagna and that Josh have done shows so much the community-based relationships that they have throughout the entire of Monterey County, because they were able to pull together such a strong group of people, as Lauren had indicated and Lori had indicated, that just were able to get on the dime immediately to participate. I only see success looking at this program, and I am so delighted that contrary to county government, a nonprofit organization, especially one that has such a great reputation for success, can just pivot and get things done without time, without the I'm trying not to say red tape, but without some of the hoops that the county has to jump through, and led by a strong board of directors and an unbelievably competent CEO. I think we are really on the right track here, and look forward to getting continual updates on how successfully this is run. So I'm very delighted to make a motion if it's at the appropriate time, Mr. Chair.
It is.
Thank you. I'd like to make the motion to approve the, I want to make sure I get the words exactly right here, to authorize the Director of the Department of Social Services to sign up to 3 additional amendments to this agreement, where the total does not exceed 10%, and to also to ratify the execution by the county administrative officer's approval of agreement with United Way. And I appreciate very much having the opportunity to do so.
I'll second.
So we have a motion and a second. Before I call for a vote, I just want to say thank you to Supervisor Alejo. You know, we talk about in the Spanish-speaking community, the chispa. Where's the spark? And this particular program came from a spark from Supervisor Alejo, who brought this forward. And so I just want to thank him for doing that. I know it's going to impact hundreds of lives in Monterey County, and it's a wonderful program to be able to vote for today. And so with that, I'm going to go ahead and ask our clerk to give us a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo?
Yes.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Parker?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Lopez.
Aye, the motion carries. With that, we have concluded our morning business, and we will reconvene this meeting of the Board of Supervisors at 1:30 here in Chambers. Thank you, everybody.
Sorry you went over. Of course, you'll get paid for that, but so Julian, you know where the lunch place is, and yeah, and you can come back at 1:30. Okay. Okay. So you can come back to where you came in, or maybe we usually get in here about 1:15, so the doors might be open in that front too. Okay. Thank you.
Mic 5 test. Mic 7 test. Mic 8 test. Julian test. Podium test. Valerie test. Wireless 1 test. Wireless 2 test.
Ann, you might want to mute yourself.
Good afternoon. We're going to go ahead and reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. Can we get a roll call, please?
Good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Alejo, Phillips, Parker, and Adams appearing via video conference, and Chair Supervisor Lopez appearing in person.
Thank you. Can we get the announcement of the interpreter?
Intérprete durante esta junta directiva.
All right. At this point, we're going to start with our afternoon matters, which begin with a briefing on COVID-19. Mr. Chulos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and board members. We have several items to update the board and the public on regarding the COVID response. I'd like to start with Dr. Moreno and Christy Mishi talking about local and state metrics and also the health equity metric.
Good afternoon, Chair, Supervisors. Thank you, Nick. I'm going to move to share my screen now. Okay. All right, Supervisors. Chair, hope you're seeing the title slide on the screen now. Is that right?
We are.
Excellent. All right. Again, good afternoon. Ed Moreno, Health Officer and Director of Public Health for Monterey County. Provide my update. I'll start off with a reminder that schools in, excuse me one moment. Schools in counties such as Monterey County that are in the purple tier are can accept waivers for bringing students back into classrooms for in-person instruction as long as the 7-day daily adjusted case rate is less than 14 per 100,000 residents, and we meet that threshold. So we have received a total of 12 applications from schools. That includes 3 public schools, 8 private schools, and 1 charter school. We reviewed 5 of the applications to date, and 4 were forwarded to the California Department of Public Health for consultation, and 3 have been approved. Here is an update on the number of cases in Monterey County. The orange bars are the number of cases by week that did not require hospitalization, and the green portion of the bar at the top, it represents the number of people who were hospitalized because of COVID. For the last couple weeks at least, I've been showing that, or pointing out that the trend has been a downward slope. But in the last, currently we are in here the week ending October 10th. This is the last week. And this will continue to change as we complete our case investigations. More data will fill this bar. But these 3 bars, the data is pretty stable now. And it appears, Supervisors, that there's a slight downward trend, but overall it seems like there's a flattening of the curve, meaning that the number of cases that we're seeing in Monterey County over these 3 weeks has been somewhat stable as well. So there's flattening there as well. And this is an update on the number of hospitalizations due to COVID-19. And we continue to see a trend where the number of cases that are hospitalized is around 30 on any given day among all our 4 hospitals combined. Our ICU bed availability is one of the metrics that we continue to track and share with you every time we're in session. And so this is an update as well, and it shows that although we still have around half of our ICU beds available for any one of us or anyone that's visiting the county that might need an ICU bed for intensive care, the bed availability has dropped off from about 70% available to around 40% available. I'm hoping as we get more data that this will begin to level off as well. What we've been receiving questions about is the new equity metrics. And the new equity metric is designed to identify, first of all, that certain communities in our county and communities in California have been disproportionately impacted by COVID-19 with higher rates of infections, hospitalizations, and deaths. This equity metric that the state has been working on for several weeks now and has announced will focus on preventing those communities from falling behind as we continue to make progress on controlling the spread of, decreasing the spread of COVID-19 as a county. We want to, the state is requiring that we continue to put efforts into making sure that certain communities that are disproportionately impacted also make progress as well. So the equity metric is calculated by taking the, using the average test positivity rate for the lowest quartile of census tracts identified by the California Healthy Places Index for Monterey County. And what that is supervisors, it's an organization or association of Southern California health county and health departments. And they've been working with nonprofit public health organizations to be able to look at communities throughout the state, not just Southern California, throughout the state, and look by census tract to see what are the characteristics of those census tracts with regards to, for example, percentage of people that are employed, percentage of folks living in poverty, percentage of individuals who have a high school or college degree, and a variety of other indices. And this organization has compiled those and assigned values to each of those, and it created this Healthy Places Index. So what the state did was, and then the organization ranks all the census tracts throughout California with the highest Healthy Places Index, representing those communities that are healthier, the more healthier places to live. In particular, and those, from what I understand, those census tracts with the higher index tend to have individuals with people living there who have longer life expectancy. And then the index, they rank as the index decreases, the health of those communities is not, or to be specific, the life expectancy would decline as the health index in those census tracts declines. And so all of them are ranked in California. So that's what the Healthy Places Index is. And it wasn't designed specifically for COVID, but it has been used by other organizations to look at to find those census tracts where people are disproportionately impacted by a number of other or events or situations. And so the state of California looked at the prior use of the index and decided that this is, for their purposes, this is probably one of the better tools to use to identify and describe how well counties are doing in bringing the entire county along in improving, decreasing transmission and decreasing the impact of COVID-19. So what the state did was they looked at all of our census tracts, pulled them out of the California-wide data, and just looked at our census tracts. And then the state of California, California Department of Public Health, then went ahead and ranked all of our census tracts based on the index by the California Healthy Places Index, and then divided all of those census tracts into quartiles or into fourths. So they're particularly looking at the lowest fourth. So if we had 100 census tracts, we would have 25 census tracts in each of those categories. So most of California is interested in our lowest quartile. Those are the census tracts that have the lowest California Healthy Place indices. And they looked at that, and then they assigned to each of those census tracts the positivity rate based on testing results and among people living in those census tracts. So looking at all the tests that have been conducted in a census tract, all the positive tests of people living in those census tracts, and dividing it by all the tests that were performed by those people. And that positivity rate for each census tract was determined by California Department of Public Health. And those were averaged, and we will receive a report now of what our positivity rate is in that lowest quartile of census tracts, in addition to the positivity rate for the entire county. Knowing that, by the way, knowing that all counties are now expected to take additional measures to help all of our communities, in particular these communities, continue to reduce the spread of COVID-19. They shared with us, California Department of Public Health shared with us that they intend to provide technical assistance, technical support to counties such as ours to assist in helping us reduce the transmission of COVID-19 in those particular census tracts. So Christy Mishi, our Assistant our Assistant Public Health Director, went ahead and identified the census tracts that are in that lowest quartile, and they are represented in the darker orange, and the remaining census tracts are in the lighter orange. And this is looking at the entire county. This is where you can get an idea of where those community census tracts and the communities in those census tracts lie in the county. Christy went further and for convenience, divided the map into a northern part of the county and a southern part of the county. And we can see, with my cursor here, that we're looking at census tracts that tend to have had lower index, meaning they may have more people living below the poverty level, fewer people employed, fewer people with college education, variety of factors that tend to lead to poorer health. Those census tracts include communities in Pajaro, Castroville, Marina, part of Seaside, several census tracts in and around Salinas. And then in the southern part of our county, those census tracts include the communities of Gonzales, Soledad, Greenfield, King City, and San Lucas. So these are the areas where the state is looking at the positivity rate and wanting to see, know that we are making efforts to try to reduce the spread and in turn reduce positivity rate in these communities as well. So I have a table here to share with you, and then I'll share with you a graph that tried to convey the same message. This is the up until now we had the case rate and the positivity rate that we've been tracking, and you can see our case rate here in the blueprint. The most recent one that was just shared with us is 10, and 10 is greater than 7. So by this metric, we would continue to remain in tier 1, or the purple tier. The other rate that you're familiar with is the county's positivity rate. It's 5.4, and it's not greater than 8. It does lie between 5 and 8%. So actually, our positivity rate for the entire county falls under tier 2. And then the newest metric, which I just described, is the lowest quartile positivity rate. It's 7.3, and the index set for that is actually meets tier 2. So overall, the case rate keeps us in tier 1. The county positivity rate and the lower quartile positivity rate put us in tier 2. But because we have one metric in tier 1 for now, the state will keep us in tier 1. Another way of looking at that, this is the case rate for Monterey County, and we have the trend that I've explained to you before down. But as I showed you in the graphs earlier in my presentation, we have a leveling off, at least for now, of our case rate. So our case rate is lower than 14, which allows some schools to submit waivers for TK through 6 reintroduction into classrooms. But not lower than 7, which would get us into tier 2. And this is the positivity rate. The positivity rate for the entire county is represented by the black line. You can see that we're hovering just above actually the threshold for tier 3. which has even fewer restrictions than Tier 2. And then are the new metrics, which have been reported to us with 2 weeks of data, went from 7.6 to 7.3. And so the positivity rate for that quartile, the communities in many of the communities in the Salinas Valley, Pajaro, Seaside, and Salinas areas is a little bit higher than the overall positivity rate for the entire county. But it is also less than Tier 2, as I showed you in the table. And so the reason I point this out is because the reason I put Tier 3 is because the state does allow for a more rapid progression to a lower tier. If the county, like Monterey County, could get our positivity rates below the Tier 3 threshold, they would consider allowing us to move to Tier 2, even if our case rate doesn't meet the Tier 2 criteria. So that's another way to get to Tier 2. So we're very interested in tracking this as well and taking measures countywide, which is this black line, and specifically in those census tracts, those communities that are disproportionately impacted by COVID-19, we're represented by this gray line, try to get both of these down below the Tier 3 threshold. That's another opportunity for us. I've shared with this advice with you in the past, and I'll share it again because it's very important. The steps to further reduce COVID-19 case rate and positivity rate really depends on keeping our distance, covering our faces when we go outside, staying home when we're sick, washing our hands frequently. And if you're a business or school, follow the state guidance. If you get tested, you should get tested if you're not feeling well, or if you've been exposed to somebody, that's important. And also adhere to isolation and quarantine guidance, because that's how we, again, another way that we prevent the spread, which will reduce our positivity rate and reduce our case rate. And one more thing, as we start approaching flu season, supervisors, there are steps to reduce the impact of influenza during the COVID-19 pandemic. Pandemics come they don't come every year, but we get flu every year. So we do have a flu season. So we're beginning to enter flu season when more people will come down with flu. It's really important, especially during a pandemic, that people get a flu shot. One reason is because there are some people who are really struggling. They've had COVID, they've been diagnosed, they're out of their isolation period. However, they're still struggling, they're short of breath, they still need oxygen, they're weak, and they're really struggling because of the hit they took during their infection. These individuals may be more susceptible to complications of flu should they get the flu on top of they're struggling with recovering from COVID. So getting a flu vaccine, if they get a flu vaccine, that should protect them from getting very sick with flu. But people who live with them or work with them should also get a flu vaccine so that they don't get sick and then pass flu to a person who's still trying to recover from COVID-19. And also the second point here is that flu vaccines do reduce hospitalizations due to flu. It's one of the main reasons we recommend flu. It decreases hospitalizations and decreases death. So if we can reduce the number of people getting hospitalized this winter from flu, it will continue to free up hospital beds for others that need to be hospitalized. And that's my update, supervisors.
Thank you, Dr. Moreno. We appreciate your update. I'm going to turn quickly and see if we have any questions at this point from members of the Board of Supervisors. All right, I see no hands up. Mr. Chulo, should we continue with the COVID update? We will take public comment before the presentation is over. Thank you.
Is on the call. Elsa was going to update the board and the public regarding the drive-through testing program that's being worked on, and also to talk about the schedule for that. So, Elsa, if you're on.
Hi, good afternoon. Chair Lopez, members of the board, members of the public, Elsa Jimenez with the Health Department. I wanted to let you know that as part of our Unified Support team visit last week with the California Department of Public Health, we were able to secure additional support services for our county. Let me just quickly share my screen here.
With respect to being able to deploy additional testing services in our county, you did just hear Dr. Moreno speak to the new metric that is really focused on ensuring that there are adequate testing services available in the county in particular geographic areas. And so we hope to be able to release the press release today. We've been in coordination with the National Guard and the California Testing Task Force to be able to bring mobile drive-through testing services for our residents. That will take effect starting this Thursday and will be in effect through October 16th with October 12th as Monday being off. And as you can see, we have come up with testing hours that we hope meets the needs of our families, our working families and other working individuals with both early schedules and also later in the afternoon, early evening schedules. We will be starting off this Thursday at 1 o'clock at our Castroville County Library off of Spiegel Street, as well as in the city of Gonzales at 7 a.m. at the Tus Vasti Memorial Center. This detailed schedule will be available in the press release, will be available on our website, and we will definitely be sharing it through our social media sites so that we can hopefully encourage all of our residents, whether you're symptomatic or not, to take advantage of this testing service. One method of us getting a handle on the extent of the spread of COVID-19 in our county so that we can progress into less restrictive tiers is to ensure that we have identified residents who have COVID and are able to wrap services around them and get them to isolate so that we can help control further spread of COVID. And our plan is to, pretty much make these services available throughout the county. We are going to be implementing a Sunday clinic, both in South County and King City High, as well as hopefully in Salinas over at Sherwood Hall. Again, these are going to be drive-through test services for the most part for Monterey County residents over the age 18 and older. You will not have to get out of your vehicle. If you do have a California ID, we do ask that you bring it. It'll help to expedite the registration process and making sure that the correct contact information is captured. The health department will be the organization receiving those test results under Dr. Moreno as the ordering physician, and we will be contacting you with your results. So again, very important that we have the correct contact information to help expedite not only registration, but also contact from the health department. And I can't stress enough, that this service is available for both symptomatic, asymptomatic, people who are in public safety and healthcare, who work with higher risk individuals. For example, if you're a caretaker for somebody who's in the in-home support services program, or you're a caretaker at one of our local board and cares, this service is available to you. So thank you for supporting these additional resources that the state has allocated to our county to help us further identify the extent of the spread in our county and hopefully help us to move into additional tiers so that we can get our children back into school, so that we can get additional sectors reopened and can hopefully be on the path towards a new normal for Monterey County.
Thank you, Elsa. Any questions from board members at this point? Okay, back to you, Mr. Chulos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to move quickly through two other updates, and then the final part of the COVID update will be a discussion of CARES Act funding, which might be a little more of a detailed conversation. In terms of, I wanted to give the board and the public a quick update on our efforts to advocate on behalf of the restaurant industry and also the winery industry in terms of indoor dining and indoor tasting room operations. The board has authorized a letter to be sent to the governor advocating on behalf of the wineries in our county to be able to operate indoor tasting room facilities under various protocols. That letter has been authorized and signed. And of course, last week a letter was sent on behalf of the restaurant industry advocating an opening for at least the winter in terms of the indoor dining situation. And yesterday afternoon, Senator Caballero convened a meeting with some of the governor's economic development representatives, along with the board's ad hoc committee of Supervisors Adams and Phillips, and members of the restaurant and winery industry to discuss the possibility of being able to reopen restaurants during the winter months at 25% indoor occupancy. And just briefly, the characterization of that meeting was a very good meeting. I think the two supervisors gave a very good explanation of the impacts that the current restrictions are having on our restaurant industry. And the governor's office representative, Mr. Salinas, characterized it as the beginning of a conversation, and also stressed that the California Department of Public Health is really going to be in the lead in determining when and how that type of opening might be able to occur. And so it was a very productive discussion. We really appreciate Senator Caballero's leadership in this and the opportunity to meet with the governor's office staff. So I'd be glad to answer any questions board members might have about either of those two advocacy efforts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chulos. Any questions from board members on those two items? Okay.
And then moving on to a brief update on messaging. I don't believe Mr. Pasculi is able to join us this afternoon. Julian, is Nick Pasculi on the Zoom call? Is he on? Okay, I'd like to ask Mr. Pasculi to give us a brief update on messaging that's underway and that's also in the pipeline. Thank you.
Nick Pasculi, are you with us?
Mr. Chairman, I can give a quick update if he's unable to join us. In terms of what's currently being messaged, there is messaging being done around testing. There's messaging being done regarding the flu and COVID situation, which Dr. Moreno alluded to a little bit earlier. There is messaging regarding COVID and litter in terms of masks and gloves that are being disposed of improperly, or just general litter that we are experiencing in the community at this point in time, partly due to the COVID situation. We are continuing to message Spanish language celebrity spots, and primarily on the radio, and also a PSA that with a local doctor, a public service announcement. As far as what's in the pipeline that's been discussed by the committee that the chair is a member of, as well as some of our staff, we're focusing on messaging around the holidays, starting with the Halloween, upcoming Halloween events, and trying to urge best practices, safe practices in terms of that holiday. There will be another public service announcement with a local doctor that's going to be filmed shortly. We are going to begin working on messaging around dealing with stress during the COVID pandemic and the kind of impacts that that's caused on individuals. And then also beginning to work on a concept around voting and voting safely with our upcoming election. So that's kind of a quick thumbnail sketch, Mr. Chairman, of the messaging. I'm glad to answer questions that there might be from board.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chulos. Any questions from the board? Okay, see no hands up.
Thank you. And then our final item was moved to the afternoon agenda from this morning's consent agenda, and it has to do with an update on CARES Act spending. And Ezekiel Vega, our budget director, is on the call, I believe, and will discuss this matter with the board. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members, members of the public. I hope you can hear me. It seems like you can. I see a few heads nodding, so thank you for that. So I'm going to start by sharing my screen to start this item on a PowerPoint that I have ready for this. And originally, this report was intended to be able to share with the Board of Supervisors just the progress of expenditures on the specific plan that the Board of Supervisors approved on August 18. But we have had so many developments I will share with you as we go through the presentation that have shifted the focus of the report. But initially, I will start just by sharing the progress of expenditures that we have had by the different departments through the end of June and through the end of August. And as you can see, you just look at the bottom line on the target for August 30, 2020. is that we should have spent approximately 60% of the CARES funds that were allocated to the county. But through the end of August, we have only spent approximately 31% based on information that the departments provided for the reporting cycle ending on June 30, 2020. And then that specific report had some data also that pertain to August. And based on that data, it seemed like the county was performing at a lower rate than we could have performed, but that was due to the lateness of the release of funds by the state, and implementing new programs is not easy. So this is where we were on the progress expenditure by the departments. So since we reported this to the state, some recent developments have occurred. The county received an email last week on, I believe, Thursday or Friday of last week, where the state requested us to submit a survey based on our expenditure. And that survey is due to the state on the 8th of this month. And the purpose of the survey from the state's perspective is to identify if the county was going to have any challenges spending its CARES allocation. So it focuses a lot on a lot of questions as to whether or not we had an approved plan, whether we have any challenges implementing that plan, and whether or not we will be able to spend the funds by the end of the calendar year. Based on the information that the departments have provided to the budget office, it appears that all departments will be able to spend their allocation, with the exception of the district attorney, who submitted a report to that effect to the Board of Supervisors, and it was on the consent agenda this morning, where they indicated that approximately $500,000 of their allocation will not be spent for the approved purpose. In addition to that, a new development is that we had a Zoom call with the state yesterday on a training for the reporting period for the period ending September 30th of this year. And during that call, the state clarified some items as to how we could report to the state on the expenditures, and they issued new FAQs that were effective also as of yesterday. And I will go over the details, some of the details that were shown that FAQ, or frequently asked questions document that was shared with us yesterday. And also just noting that the expenditure report for the period ending September is due on October 12th to the state. So after we go through this presentation, we will have a recommendation for the board to approve reporting eligible CARES expenditures for public safety and public health as delineated on the requirements by the state. Again, just with a reminder that the survey data, if the board approves this recommendation, the survey's data that will reflect that data will be due October 8th, and the official reporting will be due October 12th. So at this point, I'm moving on to the specific details that were shared with us during the training yesterday with the state. And as you can see, this is one of the FAQs, question number 11, and it refers to the pay for salaries and benefits for public safety employees. So in this specific question, they are clarifying a few different things, but the main areas I wanted to focus on are the ones that are highlighted in yellow and green-blue. So in these specific sections, it indicates that all the costs for public safety employees are allowable, even if they were budgeted, and that all costs of such employees may be paid with the CARES fund. That's what they call CRF funding. So that is a very important element that had been covered in many different trainings before, but was not clarified as clearly as it was on yesterday's training. And the clarification that they made comes in the next slide. We refers to question 20 on the frequently asked questions posted by the state. And that indicates that these specific positions that you see highlighted, and all the other ones that are not, also include, could be included on those costs that will be reimbursable by CARES revenue, which includes the sheriffs, deputy sheriffs, and other type of positions that you see highlighted on the screen. In addition to that, the public health employees' cost are also clarified to very specific positions that could be presumably substantially dedicated for the COVID-19 response. And as you see on this highlighted section where it says that they will not be necessary for these public health and public safety employee costs, to respond to specific COVID-19 cases. And the only supporting documentation that we'll have to submit to the state will be payroll records that we actually pay these employees. And they don't have to be specifically tied to COVID-19 cases. So the reason why I'm bringing this item to you is because of that survey that we received, where the state has indicated as part of the language when they adopted their budget for CARES funding, is that if a county is not showing substantial improvement or substantial progress on spending the CARES funding by the end of October, that they may redirect some of those funds for a different purpose. So there is a risk of that occurring if we haven't spent a significant amount of our funds. And as you saw on the first table on this presentation, through the end of August, we have reported that we only spent about 31% of the allocation. The state wanted to reach at least a 75% of the allocation spent by the end of September. And if they don't see that, then they may ask more questions, and there may be a risk that some of those funds could be redirected at the state level and clawed back to the state. So given all of that, and given that all the different expenses that qualify under the CARES guidelines, we could actually report public safety employees and public health employee costs to the state as being spent under the Monterey County's CARES allocation. And by doing that, the board and the community will still have the ability to receive services as approved by the board during their August 18 meeting by using discretionary revenue to fund this type of services. So this will help the county minimize the risk of some of these funds being redirected to the state at the state level, and also will give the county the flexibility of continuing to provide these services that the board approved. And not only that, but also will give us more ability to not have a deadline of the end of December for expenditure of these funds. So this could be a positive development if the board was to approve this recommendation. So overall, that concludes my presentation with the recommendation that the board considers approving reporting eligible CARES public safety and public health expenditures to the state on the two upcoming reports that are due on October 8th and October 12th. And I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Let me turn quickly to see if we have any questions from board members at this point. I see a hand up from Supervisor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I have two questions. Mr. Vega, could you clarify in our board report, the table of expenditures says that it's true through June 30th, and in your presentation, you're saying August 30th, I think. So which one is accurate? And it seems to be the same numbers.
Yes, the reports has two different reporting periods. If you look at this column that is highlighted in yellow, it has expenditures through June for a total of $9.1 million. And then it has three columns over, has expenditures through August of $14 million. So when we reported this to the state, we reported for the period ending June 30, 2020, that's what it was required, but they also had some other columns where they said also report expenditures through August, whatever you have at that point. So we reported whatever we had as of that point.
That's
when they
great.
wanted to report. So that's why it shows both reporting periods in this table.
Great. And now that I see that, there was something else that indicated it was just through June 30th, and I believed that instead of really noticing the chart. So, and my other, I just want to make sure I understand. So this concept of being able to claim the costs of any public safety employees and public health, what you're suggesting the state might be indicating is that we could use that as kind of a backup plan, so that if we aren't, we would do our best to spend the money in the ways that the plan has specified, but in case that is not happening quickly enough to avoid having the state take the money back, we could basically keep the funds available locally by kind of filling the gap with public safety and public health employees, and any savings that might create for us in general in our budget could then those funds could be kind of reallocated for the elements of the plan that may not have had enough time to get up and running. Is that essentially what we're talking about here?
What you're saying is accurate. The state has indicated that that could be done. What they could also indicate is that we could report all the expenditures that we incurred from March all the way through September, and do that report now rather than having as a backup plan. And the recommendation right now will be to do that instead of using it as a backup plan. And what that will do is give the flexibility to be able to use discretionary funding for those important programs in the response to the pandemic without a time limitation of December 30th.
I see. That gives us more certainty if we follow that strategy.
Correct.
To be able to hold on, to have the money still be available to us.
Correct.
Okay.
And that is because of the survey that the state recently sent to us, and they're going to be wanting that response in the next couple of days. And that could increase the risk for the county, even though the state has said that they have every intention to work with counties and make sure that they don't take any funds unnecessarily. You never know what truly may happen once they receive the information. So I think it is this recommendation will minimize the risk for the county.
Okay, I'm going to go to Supervisor Alejo next. Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you. I think I just wanted to reiterate, as I have in past our past meetings, just the importance of us continuing to track the federal CARES funding and the expenditures for these last 3 months from October, November, December. Especially when we have to spend these dollars by December 30th, otherwise they revert to the federal government. I want to make sure that we're on top of it, that almost every meeting we're getting reports on how we're spending it, and I'm making sure we're staying on track with the budget that we approved just several weeks ago. Some programs like the rent and utility program are off and running. Other programs within each department are being implemented and spent. But we know that we always have a budget, but it doesn't always get spent the way we anticipated. So I want to make sure that by December 30th, we have some alternative ways to ensure that we keep the money spent locally, that we provide relief. And so I wanted to put out a question for staff on whether we could do one of two things. With any money, as the weeks go on, we're going to know, are we going to spend money or not? But I believe right now there's at least a little over $500,000 that doesn't look like it's going to be spent by some of our departments in the county. So the question is, can we provide direction today, as time is of the essence, to come back and do one of two things? One, create a small business relief program to provide relief to small businesses that are at risk of closing because the COVID pandemic has been very difficult on them, and perhaps they might be at risk of closing in the next several months. City of Los Angeles recently created such a small business program using federal CARES money. We might be able to put the $500,000 towards that. And I am almost sure that there's going to be additional funding, even though it was intended to be spent, it might not get all spent as originally planned. And those extra dollars, as I believe Miss Lori Medina, Director of our Department of Social Services, they certainly could see use more money for the rent and utility program. They anticipate that money's going to be spent within a month. So on top of the $500,000, maybe the excess might be able to be diverted into that existing program. The goal is that we keep all those dollars spent here locally, whether it's to small businesses or to families or individuals, certainly our counties. But we know that there's going to be a growing number of money that's probably not going to be spent by the deadline. So we need to have these other contingencies that we could, before the deadline, with enough time, we could divert that money into those programs so that we could make sure it's being drawn down. But we haven't had a program for small businesses, and we've, with these letters that we just sent out with regarding our restaurants or our tasting rooms, we know that there's going to be even more who are on the brink of just shutting down. We've already seen many, not only here in Salinas, but in South County, North County, the Peninsula. A lot of businesses are already gone under. And so it makes sense that we at least provide some of that federal CARES money to keep some of our small businesses going in these coming months. Thank you. So the question is, can we be able to provide direction to perhaps creating a small business relief program or additional funds being put into the rent and utility relief program that we just launched today?
I'm going to turn to council to see if that's something we can do today, or
I think that needs a future open agenda item because it doesn't really contemplate budgetary items in the allowable actions today.
Okay.
Mr. Gerard, but if we provide direction only for staff to maybe come back next week and explore what some of those options might look like, but it is under the relief and under the expenditures of federal CARES. It's not making an official action to approve them, but just provide staff direction to bring those back rather than waiting another week and then another week after that to come back. Time is of the essence here. So if we could at least provide direction, we might be able to get some concrete answers by next Tuesday, a week from today.
Yes, that would be appropriate direction, Supervisor.
Thank you, sir.
Great. So I believe that's the end of our presentations. I just want to clarify there are a few actions here. There was item 22 that was trailed to the afternoon, which we're being asked to consider, as well as provide direction on the financial portion of the presentation by Mr. Vega today. So just for the board's sake, I wanted to put out that those are the issues we're considering now. Before I open it up to public comment, I see Supervisor Phillips has his hand up. Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, I would support Supervisor Aleo's direction too. I think that makes sense. So, thank you.
Great, thank you. So with that, we're going to go ahead and open up to public comment, see if we have any public participation on these presentations. We remind the public to please use the raise hand function at the bottom of your screen, or *9 if you are participating via a landline or cell phone. So with that, we will go ahead and open it up for 2-minute public comment. I see Mr. Bernie Gomez has his hand up. Mr. Gomez, we're going to give you the opportunity to unmute yourself and share a 2-minute public comment with this board.
Yes, to the chair and board, buenas tardes. Yeah, in regards to the expenditure criteria, I just want to uplift Mr. Alejo's proposal, the small business program, right? I think this is a perfect time to really create a more robust funnel, a more robust funding into the social services as the rental assistance, utilities, even the digital divide. Just looking at that presentation right now, what stood out to me is the yellow highlights, right? In regards to public safety, how, the only thing that was highlighted was just the sheriff's office, and right next to it, you have the firefighters and the medical responders. And that to me is it's concerning based on the, COVID-19, that's the, medical responders deal with the COVID-19, situations. We got all these fires going on, the firefighters, they deal with that. And for me, it's well, what is the sheriff's office really doing to combat, COVID-19? Are they medical responders, or, it's and that's just what stood out to me, because it was it was a visual. So I believe that, we need to, the board needs to direct these funds. If we're talking about, expenditure and wanting to keep it locally, well, let's uplift the community and help the community that are struggling during this, during these times. I mean, this is an ongoing conversation since the beginning of the year, since the shelter in place. So I think we should, the money should be going towards the community, towards the families that are struggling, that are in danger of just, to continue to isolation, of suffering from mental illness, depression, stress, and all those things that come with what's going on in the county, in the country, in the state. And I'll just say that much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez. I see a hand up from Cesar Lara.
Good afternoon, members of the Board of Supervisors. Cesar Lara. I want to second the motion about what Supervisor Alejo said, but I want to go back to an earlier presentation by our health officer in regards to issues of equity, and I appreciate the virtual kind of map that he showed of areas that need to be addressed that have been highlighted by the state. So I'm just wondering, maybe at a future meeting, they could come back with a more targeted kind of presentation about how is the county gonna really focus on those communities that have been highlighted. I think a lot of the work has already been done, but just kind of a specific conversation around what is an action plan for those areas that the state has highlighted as census tracts that need more focus on because of issues of equity and the COVID high testing and the impact it's done to those communities of color in Monterey County. So that's my only comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lara. I see a legacy hand up there from Bernie, so we'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the board. And I know Supervisor Alejo had some thoughts, so Supervisor Alejo, would you like to turn those thoughts into motions?
Yeah, I'd like to make the motion to approve the items before as the staff recommendations, but also provide direction to staff to explore creating a small business relief program with a budget of approximately $500,000, and also any excess funding not be used to be able to insert that into the existing rent and utility relief program, and bring back by next week.
I'm interested in possibly seconding the motion, but I want to clarify something. So the direction we're giving to staff, not about what they're going to come back with, but for today, that we're giving direction to staff that they can proceed with submitting public health and public safety costs to the state to ensure that we minimize the risk of losing any of the funding that we've been granted.
That is correct.
Great. So I'll second that. And then I think the other part of your motion or direction to staff, I'd also like to see us look at support for surveillance testing for schools. That's going to be a huge project as we move into the second tier and the school waivers get approved. We're going to have to be able to make sure that that's provided. And so I think making sure that's part of what staff comes back with as options for us to consider funding as we have funds available, if the maker of the motion is amenable.
Yes, ma'am, that makes sense in light of that work approaching. So I would be amenable to including that in the staff direction and bring that back as well.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second. I'm going to quickly turn to our CAO just to make sure that he caught the different pieces there before we vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I think I caught the pieces there. And the only two things. One, timing may be tough next week, so I appreciate the chair's indulgence on getting it on the agenda for potentially a supplemental agenda, and the public should know that too. Recognizing that pulling those pieces together may be difficult, especially with some of the parameters that the board might want to see. And then also, as part of that motion, was there any direction to come back as far as an overall presentation on the broader categories of CARES Act funding, how it was approved by the board previously, and how we would be allocating money going forward? In other words, you're saying we're going to use, we're going to report to the state the using of the monies for these purposes for the salary costs for public safety and health but we have to, make sure that the other pieces that were approved previously using other resources, basically general fund resources to fund those other projects. So I think the direction is to come back at some point to make sure that part is daylighted.
Yes, sir. Got it. Yes, sir.
Yes, Supervisor Alejo requested that there be regular updates on this, on that subject. So that's a good point. Thank you for bringing that up.
Okay, so we have a motion, a second clarification from staff on the intent. And with that, we will go ahead and head into a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Parker?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Lopez.
Aye, the motion carries. Thank you very much. With that, we've concluded item 13. We're going to head into our next item, which is a briefing and update on fires in Monterey County, including impacts and cleanup efforts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and board members. We're going to update you briefly on the post-fire debris cleanup process and timeline, and Kelsey Scanlon from our Office of Emergency Services, I believe, is on the call and prepared to do that.
Excuse me one moment while I change my background.
Actually, we have a motion and a second and a vote to leave that as your background for the next month.
Happy birthday, Charles.
Oh, that's pretty good. Happy birthday.
I'm going to share my screen with you very quickly. All right, so this is the 2020 wildfire recovery page. If you haven't already seen it, it is very much the one-stop shop for everything you need to know about recovery, from rebuilding to debris removal to watershed to damage assessments, preparation for winter storms, local assistance center information, literally everything you could possibly need for recovery, or at least the jumping off point is located here. And if the public is not finding what they need, they are more than welcome to reach out to our office directly to make sure that the information is added to one of these different pages to support them. In terms of debris removal, Phase 1 of household hazardous waste should begin this week. I believe they're doing recon missions today and tomorrow with the intent to start collecting household hazardous waste in the Kashawa area on Thursday. And that is conducted by the US EPA. Phase 2 debris removal and property cleanup is still being discussed at the state and federal level, but it has been approved. So if homeowners after Phase 1 has been complete would like to stay in the government consolidated debris removal program, they certainly can. And further information about how to opt out of that will come down the road once that is determined, as I had said, at the state and federal level. The Watershed Emergency Response Team report was released last week, and you can find it on the post-fire watershed page. And that includes the PDF that you can download and this super sweet interactive map. This map is, I know there's a lot of colors happening, but it's a lot of information. So I highly encourage people to take the time to sit down and look at it. It includes the basin probability estimates, the soil burn severity, fire history in the area, live stream gauges and flood hazards. But more importantly, it includes the values at risk, also known as VARs. And these are the initial points that were estimated or that were assessed by CAL FIRE that will likely experience some type of debris flow this coming winter. And so the types of structures that people will see on this map are things like infrastructure such as public road culverts, their location. You'll find the degree of potential threat to life and property and a description, but also it will include a recommended emergency protective measure. Now, the WIRT report is very much a jumping off point for the county and for homeowners to prepare for the winter storms as a result of the post-fire burn scar runoff. I highly recommend people read the full report multiple times because there's a lot of very technical information in the report. As I had said, this is just the first step of many for preparing for the winter. So the county will utilize this report to create mitigation and emergency protective measures for the impacted areas. And more information about the causes of post-fire debris flows can be found on the website. What this means for homeowners, the technical jargon, early alerts and warnings, how to sign up for the emergency alert system, and ultimately how to prepare for winter storms in communities that are in or near the burn scar areas. We are highly encouraging the public to contact the NRCS. Desi Ramirez, she will set up an appointment with homeowners to assess their land and provide recommended actions for mitigating the debris flow risk to the actual property. And all of that information can be found on this webpage as well. From there, we're recommending that people go to the winter storm preparedness webpage, and this is still being updated, but is very much a very useful resource for people to maintain their situational awareness during the winter. It has the stream gauge information for the rivers, as well as the dam status and any advisories that are out. And it includes preparedness resources for people on how to prepare your home and your land, how to make a plan, how to build a kit and resources and to stay informed, what to do during the storm, and then what to do after the storm. And over the coming weeks, this will have more specific information for communities in and around the burn scar areas. Having said that, our office is currently developing a contingency debris flow plan for the burn scar areas in coordination with the emergency protective measures and mitigation efforts that are taking place with the Water Resources Agency and the Resource Management Agency, the National Weather Service, and NRCS. So with that, my final comment is that we have another recovery town hall meeting coming up tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. It is virtual, and you can either watch the webinar. I believe it will also be streamed on the YouTube channel, or people can just call in good old-fashioned style. So that's all I have for you guys by way of updates, unless there are any questions.
I don't see any hands up at this point.
Wait for me.
Old school hand, see what happens?
Just trying with my voice. Thank you very much. Thank you. Kelsey, I'm sorry, I just wanted to go back and follow up on something you said. Did you tell me that what was the date that the group is going to be out in the Kashawa area starting their work?
The EPA intends to start household hazardous waste removal on Thursday in the Kashawa area. The specific streets have not been identified to us just yet.
In addition to the website, has there been any outreach to the folks who are out there?
We have made notifications via the Nixle system, as well as the social media website and town hall meeting that we had last week. But that's it.
Okay. All right. Good. Thanks very much. I'll see you Wednesday.
Great. Thank you. Do we have any other presentations as part of this presentation, Mr. Chulos? That was the extent of the fire update. Great. So at this point, what I'm going to do is open it up to the public, see if we have any public input on this presentation. I don't see anybody coming forward in room via Zoom. I don't see any hands up. So we're going to go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the board. and this was just a presentation. There's no need for action on this particular item. So with that, I'll see if there's any final comments from supervisors. Seeing no hands up, we'll go ahead and roll into item 15, which is to receive a report from the Monterey County Sheriff's Office on Board Referral 2020-21. With that, I will turn the floor over to Sheriff Bernal and Under Sheriff John Mino.
Thank you, Chair Lopez, members of the board. I'd like to thank the birthday boy for coordinating with me on this presentation also for the past couple of months. Today, I'm going to give you a presentation on the Monterey County Sheriff's use of force policy and our recruitment and training procedures. As the Monterey County Sheriff's Office, we're the largest law enforcement agency in Monterey County, employing over 400 men and women and 350 sworn staff and 150 professional support staff. From day one, when I became sheriff of Monterey County, it has been important to me to communicate the best we can with the people we serve. And in 2015, we held our first town hall meeting in Big Sur, and then followed up that year with town hall meetings in Aromas, Carmel, Castroville, Las Lomas, 2 in South County. And each year we have followed up and added up additional locations throughout the county. Just last year, we added the California Highway Patrol as our town hall partners. Since we cover the same geographical areas, we enforce the penal code crimes in all of the county, including county roadways, and the Highway Patrol enforces vehicle code crimes on all state and county roadways. Since questions regarding traffic issues were common, I decided to add CHP to our town hall meetings. I also started a sheriff's community advisory group to keep in touch with various individuals from various regions of the county, and have met with them on a regular basis with this group. The Sheriff's Advisory Council has been involved with the Sheriff's Office for over 30 years, and these are community members that raise funds to help us acquire equipment that helps us do our job safely, more efficiently, and we don't have to dip into general fund money to get this equipment. And they're also engaged in the Sheriff's Office. Finally, my sheriff's faith-based group, we meet on a regular basis and we communicate our challenges, successes. We discuss ways that we can better work together with our community. I know the board referral called for a joint meeting with Salinas Police Department. And although we subscribe to the same policies and standards, each law enforcement agency is unique in our missions. For example, we're the only agency that is tasked with maintaining the jail 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And although some agencies have holding cells, they don't house inmates for extended periods of time. Municipal police departments usually have more officers per square mile, and their nearest backup officer is just minutes away. For example, Salinas Police Department, which patrols about 23 square miles, usually has as many as 14 officers patrolling at any given time. At the Sheriff's Office, we have a minimum of 11 deputies that patrol over 3,700 square miles at any given time. I believe that deputy sheriffs are far better trained and equipped to handle volatile situations, such as domestic violence calls, suspicious persons calls who are, they might be, excuse me, they might be acting suspicious. They might be going through a mental episode, or they might be on drugs. I've had cases when I was a patrol deputy down in South County where I've responded to calls, a domestic call, calls where people are angry and they're getting ready to fight, or they have been fighting, and my backup is could be anywhere from 15 minutes to 30 minutes away, could be up to an hour away. Excuse me for a second, I need some water. Could be up to an hour away. There's times to where almost every deputy in the county is either on a traffic stop at a call for service, and you may not get backup at all at some of these calls. We prioritize our calls. If there's a domestic violence call for service that we go to, we'll have a deputy who's, say, on a traffic stop or on a less serious call who will clear themselves and they'll go back up that officer. But all law enforcement officers in Monterey County go through 40 hours of critical incident training here at the sheriff's office. Our partners at Behavioral Health give our deputies and area officers the training and the skills to de-escalate various scenarios they may encounter in the community and also in the jail. As you're going to see in our presentation, over the course of a year, deputies have had some sort of contact with hundreds of thousands of people in the community and over 2 million contacts in the jail with very few uses of force. In fact, the odds of our deputies using force are extremely low when someone is arrested and further decreases when someone is contacted by the sheriff's department. I believe that any use of force that has been investigated and deemed unjustified is not due to bad policy. It's because the officer didn't follow policy, and that's probably going to be a training issue. We do all we can to constantly improve our use of force training and keep our deputies polished on the use of force policy. The sheriff's office, like every law enforcement agency in Monterey County, subscribes to Lexipol. With so much new legislation every year and keeping up with case law, it is most cost effective to rely on Lexipol's experts to keep our policies updated and in line with current law. For the past 20 years, Lexipol has provided constitutionally sound policies to thousands of law enforcement agencies across the nation, and it's based on the latest statutory and case law and progressive best practices. They have the tools that allow us to customize our policies to the unique needs of our community. Lexipol regularly provides us with ongoing updates to help keep our policies current, and in fact, just about 30 minutes ago, I saw that we just received an update from Lexipol to update our one of our policies. So we constantly get updates from Lexipol. They provide comprehensive state-specific policies developed by a team of public safety attorneys, law enforcement experts, and with careful research and continuous updates, they ensure that all of our policies comply with the most current federal and state legal standards and best practices. Every policy can be customized to our needs. They have over 300 of the most talented individuals across the country who dedicate themselves to continuously improving public safety and the law enforcement profession with the ultimate goal of preservation of life. I don't believe there are any government agencies or nonprofits that provide development, maintenance, and management of policies for law enforcement agencies. So it would be impossible for any agency to replicate the legal review of thousands of pieces of legislation, the policy development and online policy management platform that's provided by Lexipol. The relatively low cost of ensuring current policies and compliance permits us to dedicate our resources to the essential law enforcement functions here in Monterey County. With the passing of two use of force bills, AB 392 and SB 230, we will be demonstrating our competency in policy and moving forward and transitioning to a unique aspect of Lexipol's policy solution with daily training bulletins. These daily training bulletins present scenarios to help officers understand and apply policies. They include test questions, and our supervisors can use they can use the Lexipol system to track and verify officer completion of daily training bulletins, which will enhance accountability and compliance. Lexipol's team of attorneys and content developers ensure that our policies don't become outdated and non-compliant. These men and women at Lexipol review thousands of pieces of legislation, case law, and research reports each year and issue policy updates to us and all subscribing agencies. Agencies have learned the hard way in the past by discontinuing their Lexipol subscription only to experience an unfortunate fatal incident and expose them to multi-million-dollar litigation as a result of outdated policies. The bottom line is Lexipol's team ensures that we meet our legal standards by monitoring statutory and case law. Without this service, we would most likely be exposed to costly civil liability and by helping us develop and comply with constitutional policing practices, Lexipol policies support the protection of civil rights and community safety. And this in turn leads to a natural reduction in all risk, including legal and financial risks. So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to our training, our use of force and policy expert, Chief John Thornburg, to go over our specific use of force policy, our training practices, and so forth. So Chief Thornburg, you've got the floor.
Oh, thank you, Sheriff, and good afternoon, Chair Lopez and Board of Supervisors. John Thornburg with the Monterey County Sheriff's Office. I'm a Chief Deputy here, currently in charge of enforcement operations. But as the Sheriff alluded to, one of my functions that I've had here at the my 24 years at the Sheriff's Office is I've served as what they call a subject matter expert on use of force. I've used that or developed that over years of training, years of teaching. I do teach use of force to probably just about every law enforcement officer in the county of Monterey through the basic academies, 2 of the locations that they currently run, which most of our officers and all of our deputy sheriffs go to. I've also assisted with county counsel in the defense of our cases, looked at other departments' cases, and actually helped other departments outside of the county of Monterey in the defense or, if nothing else, just the explaining of use of force. With that, as far as the teaching, as far as that goes, I even taught de-escalation yesterday, and I wanted to share with you because that is one of the topics that people seem to really be interested in lately, as far when it comes to police use of force. During my time too, and just so you understand why the sheriff asked me to speak with you, is I've also worked with posts on 2 separate use of force committees over my time to help develop the curriculum and what is taught to peace officers. So I'll be taking you through this. At the end, I'll be happy to take any questions that you have as I explain our policy and how the sheriff's office, and more importantly, how our deputy sheriffs have been working over the last year and what they're looking for and what they look at. As we go through, one of the there we go. I apologize. In the referral, it was asked about, and the first thing I want to touch on is recruitment. Here at the Sheriff's Office, everybody's heard that recruiting can be an issue. Just to share some information with you, last year we had 501 people turn in applications to be a deputy sheriff here at Monterey County. From that, 244 were tested, meaning they took the written test, they took the physical agility to see if they could move forward through that. From those 244 that showed up, 183 were sent to background. For those that are not aware, the background and process to get into law enforcement for all law enforcement agencies in the state of California is quite extensive. They fill out a PHS, they meet with a background investigator, they pretty much go over your entire life to find out what's going on, what kind of person have they been, what have they been doing. If somebody makes it through that process, the background process, they come forward and are presented to somebody at the sheriff's office at the chief level, where we sit down and talk to them and discuss any concerns that we may have that may have come up in that background. Oftentimes there's nothing. Every once in a while, there's a particular issue we might want to talk about, a prior job that they had or something that may or may have happened. And then if they make it through that process, they go on to what everybody's heard as the psychological exam and the medical exam. If they make it through that, that's after a conditional job offer. They then could be hired as a deputy sheriff here in Monterey County. Of the 501 that originally turned in those applications, in 2019, we hired 23. So using simple math and just looking through it, it takes about 22 applicants for us to get one deputy sheriff that we hire here at the sheriff's office, or about a 4.5% pass rate, if you will, for those that apply and are and then hired by the sheriff's office. As far as recruiting goes, what do we do? Nowadays with technology and what have you, we're heavy on social media. We're heavy on governmentjobs.com manoreycountysheriff.org, I believe, and getting that information out. But often we have discovered over the years that our best recruiter is our employees. So they're getting out, telling people what's going on, all the good things that we're doing here at Monterey County, and those are our best ways of getting people on. The next part of the referral asked about our policies. And with the sheriff's office, the sheriff mentioned that we do use Lexipol. We do. They do provide the policies for us. And about 4.5 years ago, we placed our policies on our website. So everybody could see what they were if they wanted to. And just to kind of show some people if they weren't sure where it is, the first slide was our previous slide, excuse me, was our website. If you click on it and go to where it says Office of the Sheriff, it will take you here to our policy manual, and you'll see down at the bottom where you can download the entire manual. It's about 876 pages right now, and people are, it's been available for about 4.5 years now, and that way people can see what the deputies, what the policies are that drive what the deputies do, what they should not do, and we have welcomed input into that. As we have gotten over the different years that it's been out there for folks to see, but we do make it available, and you can see in the top right corner, www.montereysheriff.org is where it is located, and we've tried to point out exactly where on the website for you. Diving into, and just to kind of remind folks why we use what we use, the sheriff did mention Lexipol, and we do get our policies from them. Having said that, we do change them to a certain degree. You'll notice one of the reasons we do use them is the ongoing statutory and case law updates to make sure we get those. The sheriff mentioned we got one today. We got it about at 1 o'clock this afternoon. I went through it, looked at it. It fits what works with us here at the sheriff's office. I approved it, and it immediately went department-wide to every member of the department via email, and they will now have to come in and through the email system, through the website, and approve and acknowledge they read that policy and they understand it. It also allows them to ask questions. If they have it, they can email me, they can email their supervisor, or talk to their supervisor one-on-one to see if they have any questions. Lexipol does help us with understanding what's going on and make sure that we have the most current policies. The daily training bulletin is something we will be rolling out come January 1st to help with the understanding, to make sure that the deputies, sergeants, the commanders, myself, everybody involved with the sheriff's office understands what they are to do and what they're not to do, and what to follow. Today was specific about use of force. Lexipol Section 300 does cover use of force for the sheriff's office. It's approximately 8 pages long, and it details exactly what the statutory, legal, and department requirements are when it comes to the use of force by members of the sheriff's office. It gives guidelines. It gives the necessary understanding to the deputies so they understand what they can do, what they can't do, and what factors they have to take into place, what they have to take into account when they're using it. One of the things I forgot to point out too, is just want to share with you, our deputies also have the ability to look at our policies on their cell phone. The app that comes with Lexipol, it's there. They can see it. They can look it up in the field if they need to. It's available not pretty much on any web-enabled device that they have access to. Diving into the policy, because I think a lot of people want to understand why and what are the deputies told when it comes to use of force. We specifically dove into this section right here to share with you is the factors in determining what they can and can't do. Reasonableness is another way of talking about what they can do. It's a scale. And while not necessarily all inclusive of every possible thing they could run into, it does cover the vast majority of the vast majority of things that they need to take into account, whether it's the immediacy or severity of the threat to people, the threat to the deputy, whether it goes into size factors, what the person did wrong or what the deputy believes they did wrong, whether it be a reasonable suspicion standard or a probable cause for arrest, whether they believe they're under the influence of alcohol or drugs, and how does that weigh into it and the decision of what's going on, what weapons might be available. All of this goes in, and we provide this through this policy to our deputies. The training and experience does count. We do a lot, and I'll dive into that in just a few minutes on what training they do get, keeping in mind potential for injury, whether somebody appears to be trying to run, whether they're trying to resist, and other things that come in, other exigencies that could be coming in, such as traffic on a roadway, how many people, are we near a school, what time of day is it, what else is going on? Is there one deputy and one person we're contacting? Is there 5 deputies and 1 person? Is there 1 deputy and 5 people? All of these factors come in to help deputies decide and make the best possible decision they can when it comes to use of force, because we understand the severity of it, and as do our deputies when it comes to the use of force. Now, the slide I just shared with you, this is a picture, if you will, that a lot of you may be familiar with. What this is a graphic from a group that comes up, it often called 8 Can't Wait, and it's suggestions made by a group that they believe help reduce use of force in law enforcement. I showed this to you before, then I'm going to show you how much force we actually use to try to round this all out. As we go through, you see ban chokeholds and strangleholds. As most of you probably know, the governor signed SB 1196, which states it takes effect January 1st of next year, and states that the sheriff's office can no longer authorize the use of the carotid hold. Okay, we have not allowed chokeholds for as long as I've been here, again 24 years, but 1196 says we cannot authorize the use of the carotid, and when January 1st, 2021 comes around, we will adjust our policy to match the state law and follow state law. Requiring de-escalation. I know this has been kind of a catch, it's a kind of a catchphrase that some people may not have heard of before. I'm here to tell you, it is not a new concept in California law enforcement. This has been taught at least the last 25 years here in California. I remember learning it when I first went to the academy. Our policy requires that they consider it. You know, the de-escalation is in 2 parts of our use of force policy. It's in our crisis intervention policy. It's always something to consider. Deputies do not go out to try to start fights with people or want to use force on anybody. They want to enforce the laws. They want to make sure that the public is safe, and that's where this falls in. The third one being over require warning before shooting. Yes, our policy does require that. Okay. Now it does have the caveat in there, if feasible. Okay, there has to be an opportunity the deputy had to have an opportunity to do it, but we absolutely, it's in the policy. We train the deputies to do that. And, you know, from the few shootings we've had, we have seen that come out. Require exhaust all alternatives before shooting. Again, in our 300, you'll see that. I think you'll find that that's in that policy. It shows that, you know, we use going back to that reasonableness, we use what we believe is reasonable, what will fit. A lot of times the analogy is made of pick the right tool to fit what's going on. Duty to intervene. Interesting on this one. It's the bottom left as you're looking at your screen. I got a call about 2 months ago from a lady that just moved here from the Dallas, Texas area, back when Dallas PD had made the news about introducing this new policy, duty to intervene for their officers. And I was a little caught off guard by the call, because when she called me, I explained to her, you know, we've had the duty to intervene here at the sheriff's office for as long as I can remember. I know it's been in policy probably 5 to 10 years, but we still taught it. It was still one of those things that was not new to California law enforcement. So it is in our policy. We do have it. The next one over, banned shooting vehicles. Our policy doesn't necessarily say it bans. It says it's not a very good idea, and it's very small amount of factors that would make it okay. So it is very much discouraged to shoot at or from a moving vehicle. The force continuum. We do have it in verbiage. You're not going to find a diagram per se, but as far as verbiage and explanation and an understanding by the deputy sheriffs, we do possess that in that form. And then the requiring of the comprehensive reporting, we have a very good standard and a very good policy that requires that all deputy sheriffs report reportable use of force. So when they use force, if you don't know, a supervisor has to go to the scene. They fill out a force report, if you will. It comes up through the chain, It goes to the sergeant, to the commander, to the captain or the chief, and it is reviewed throughout the chain of command to understand what happened in that incident and to make sure it fits what our policy requires, what the sheriff requires, and what's going to fit in our community. Now, with all that out there, what does the sheriff's office do? I mean, how much force have we used? I'm sharing with you now the numbers that we've collected through that comprehensive reporting that we can report to the board here. This is what we have gone through and looked at, and I'll explain what you see here. On the left, under corrections, these are the contacts that we have. And mind you, these are very conservative numbers. 2.6 million contacts in the corrections, whether it be at the county jail, whether it be in the transportation system, whether it be down at the courthouse. About 2.6 million contacts. Of all those contacts, and mind you, that's where an officer, a deputy, gave somebody a command, said, you have to do this, you have to do that, they have to stand here, you have to do this. We had 52 reported uses of force, okay? The odds of force being used in the Corrections Bureau are 1 in 50,000, okay? Which is a very, very small number. 0.002% of our contacts in corrections resulted in a reportable use of force. On the patrol side, 101,717 contacts, and we ended up with 29 uses of force, okay? Now understand, this is also, we consider a very conservative number because this was just a report as far as the contacts go, where it may look like it's one deputy and one person. I can tell you, members of the board and those listening in, deputy sheriffs very rarely contact just one person on any given call, whether it be a traffic stop, whether it be a welfare check, whether it be, I mean, you think of a reason why a deputy sheriff would be there. It's very rarely one person, well, 1-to-1. Okay, so that number could very easily. But as far as pulling records as contacts go for the sheriff's office, we're looking at 0.026% chance of a use of force happening. All in all, this is not a common event that happens here in Monterey County. We just don't see this. And looking at some other data from the state, or excuse me, not the state, but the country, nationwide, it's a little older data, but we're looking at about a 1.6% chance of a force being used on any person during a police contact. You can also see with the patrol numbers going, the number of arrests was 1,438, okay, and 1,100 cites issued. Those are instances where we might expect to see more, but even with that, we're still not seeing very much force used. And I think this goes to show, our policies are very good, the deputies are trained very well, and we simply do not see a lot of force used here in Monterey County by deputy sheriffs. Apologize. There we go. Now, in a graph sense, just so everybody understands, because some people are numbers people, some people are graphs people. Let me show you what we look here, because we not only track how many times force is used, we track and see what is used. What are the deputies doing? What are we teaching them? And what are they turn around and using in the field? This has to do with patrol, so it goes back to that 1,117 contacts. Takedown. Now we had 19 takedowns. So what does that mean to somebody not working for the sheriff's office? A takedown is when a deputy sheriff grabs somebody and you might see them push them to the ground or take them to the ground. Oftentimes you see the deputy sheriff go down to the ground with them. That's what we would consider a takedown. Okay. You'll see that the second application is taser. Everybody's probably pretty familiar with what the taser is. That's a taser application. It's deployed, the person goes down. And then the control hold is a joint manipulation where you bend the wrist, you block the elbow, and it causes some pain in the wrist and or another joint in the body. It's all about compliance and gaining compliance, but those are by far the biggest ones, being takedown, where we take somebody to the ground, and or the application of the taser. When it comes to corrections or the county jail, you see the same thing, same policy. We're seeing the same type of applications. Control hold, manipulating the joints again, being 26, and the takedown being 23, making up the vast majority of our uses of force at the county jail. And again, that could be the jail, that could be the courthouse, that could be transportation. Again, very little, taser being the third one. You'll see their impact weapon is a baton. What we're using is not what probably some people may see in the news and what have you. It's takedowns and getting people under control and securing what's going on. Now, with all that, that's the policy. That's what people are doing. How are we training them? What are we doing? What are they learning? What do they go through? If somebody's on here is not sure what POST is the state peace officer standards and training. They're the ones that lay out the guidelines for the training and the hiring, for that matter, of peace officers here in the state of California. All of our deputies are required to go through 24 hours of training every 2 years. And those 24 hours consist of firearms training at the range, defensive tactics, that's the arresting, that's the application of handcuffs. What we saw there is takedowns or the joint manipulation, control holds, and then pursuit driving, and then tactical communication, which is how do you talk to people? They go through all of that. We get audited by the state every 2 years to make sure that we're compliant with that. We have not, in my 24 years here, I'm not aware of us being out of compliance with that. We've met it I know we have met it the last 10 years as we've gone through. And then you'll see the last one on there, bias and racial profiling, another mandated training. We recently completed that department-wide. Everybody went through it. It's a post training put together by the post, by their subject matter experts, and all of our deputy sheriffs went through that. Now, mind you, this is on top of the basic police academy that all of our deputies have been to, and other training. Just because we have 24 hours of mandatory training doesn't necessarily mean we only do 24 hours. Pre-COVID, and we're adjusting for COVID, but pre-COVID, we were easily doing 24 hours a year training for our deputy sheriff. So we were very much exceeding the state requirement given to us. Excuse me. One of the other parts of the referral was, what do we do with crisis intervention, i.e. a call where we have somebody we believe might be suffering from a mental illness. This is our policy on that, at least the first part of it. 466 is crisis intervention incidents. And I'll tell you what it basically says. It says, slow down, get people who are mental health professionals involved if we absolutely possibly can. And there's a big part of de-escalation in this policy about don't be in a hurry, watch the way you talk, try to develop rapport, do everything we can to get this person the help that they apparently need. We'll worry about the criminal part if there is anything later on. This is about getting mental health involved and make sure that we can get the person the help that they need. Community involvement. The sheriff listed most of these in his opening remarks. Between town hall meetings, which was pre-COVID, which was one-on-one, we've done a virtual, citizen advisory groups, faith-based groups that come in. One of the things we also have a very robust, I think, following on Facebook. Approximately 26,000 people follow our Facebook, and we get a lot of interaction with people through Facebook, whether it's questions, whether it's comments on what we post or what goes up. All of our media releases come out through Facebook, and you can see just on the screen capture we have here, we have 12 messages coming in, and we average about 4 hours getting back to them, and we've gotten back to about 91% of the people that have reached out to us. So we're very, very interactive through this, through answering questions. And lately we just started scheduling a drive-by of a 4-year-old's birthday party so we can let them meet the cops because they really like deputy sheriffs and they want them to come by. We also use Twitter for about 4,400 followers, our website we talked about. And then about a year and a half ago, we launched the Sheriff's app. We have 16,000 downloads. That goes on everybody's smartphone. They can interact through us through that. They can see all the information the Sheriff's Office offers and has available for them. Now, a little unique, you didn't ask for it in the referral, but we thought we'd go through and share with you a very successful deployment we had that involved the use of force, most recently with our SWAT team. Okay, and why did we pick them? Mostly because it just happened. This is about 2 weeks old. You may have seen about it in the news. You may have heard about it. I have included a picture from one of the San Bernardino County media's headlines about it. What we got a call. We support San Bernardino County when it comes to tactical operations, in this case, the SWAT team. They had a call of a shooting where one person, I believe one person had shot another in the face. That was the initial report. But along with that initial report came that the suspect was believed to be mentally ill. So we deployed the team to help out. Okay. And one thing that goes with them, and one is there's a very objective matrix to decide whether or not they can go. But what they also take is a lot of non-deadly weapons. Okay. They do have deadly, but they also take a lot of non-deadly weapons they can deploy. Okay. And one thing I don't think most people do know is that the health department, or excuse me, mental health also goes with us. You know, our hostage negotiation team goes out, but somebody from mental health, a mental health professional, accompanies them. And they're an invaluable resource when it comes to this. They deployed. Now I'm going to show you a video, a very short video of what happened, because what was going on, we couldn't get this guy to come out. He would not leave his house. We had done a couple different things to try to get him to come out. He would not come out. We had seen him with what we believed was a handgun. So we didn't necessarily want to send a deputy sheriff up to the door right away. So what we did is we called out the bomb squad and sent the bomb robot up there. Now you're going to hear a loud bang. It's not a gun going off. It's actually a water cannon, if you will. Pushes open the door, blows open the lock in the door. I'm going to show this to you. It's about 10 seconds. Okay. So you can imagine if you're a deputy sheriff and you just kicked open that door and this is what you see 2 or 3 seconds into that. Okay. This is why this is just a good example, a great example showing the steps that we take here at the sheriff's office to make sure if we can not be in the situation where we have a deputy sheriff standing here. In this case, we have a robot standing there. The video camera is running. The deputies can see what's going on. We saw this individual. Now I'm here to tell you, I'm happy to tell you, he did come out after this. You know, we some other steps came in. Was there a use of force? There was. Okay. He did not follow commands. We did have to use a force. It was reportable. In fact, I have the report sitting here on my desk, and we were able to take him into custody and get him the help that he needs. It turns out he does have mental health, and there's some other things that had to come about, but we were able to get him the help that he needed. We got got him turned over to San Benito County. And it was a very successful deployment of not only a tactical team, but also non-deadly options after exhausting all the options that we had available to us, including a mental health professional, to safely take him into custody. So with that concludes my my comments on what you asked for, and I am open to any questions you might have.
Thank you, Chief. And I'd just like to say real quick, that's the video he just showed you, that that situation in San Benito County where we sent our SWAT team. Just a great example of de-escalation of force. The San Benito County froze the house. They knew the suspect was inside. And the key word is they slowed things down. And we get there with the SWAT team, with our hostage negotiation team, with our mental health professional, and we slow things down, and we talk to the mental health professional, and they tell us if you do this, he's going to do that. If you go in there and you try and do this, he's going to react this way. And it's so important to us. I think the key word is what we do is not what you see on TV. It's not like the olden days where you just rush in and you start throwing people down on the ground. We like to know what we're getting into. We do our best to slow things down. And like this young man right here, we were able to take him into custody safely, get him the help he needs, and nobody was seriously hurt or even worse, killed in this situation. So that's our report, and I'd like to open it up for any questions.
Thank you, Sheriff. And Chief Deputy Thornburg, we appreciate the presentation. At this point, I'm going to take it to the board. I see Supervisor Alejo has his hand up. Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. I have a mix of questions and comments. And so first of all, I wanted to thank Chief Thornburg and our sheriff for the presentation and for bringing this to the board. And also, every example of de-escalation and avoiding a fatality is always a good thing. And so I commend any of this professionalism and skills being put to use in these in these moments of crisis when there are many unknowns. But I wanted to start with my comments, first going back to the referral, because I don't think this is what I envisioned when I made a referral. Certainly, this topic is one I think every sheriff department and every police department are having all across the country in light of the many high-profile cases, and it's not intended to put our sheriffs on the spot. It's intended to, one, hopefully highlight good work that has been done by our sheriff's department. Secondly, engage the public and engage the board. Certainly, I haven't had we haven't had a discussion as a board or a review of our use of force policies, recruitment policies, retention policies. This board just hasn't had this kind of a discussion in at least the 4 years that I've been on this board. And so it was a timely one. But also, there's a lot of legislation moving through Sacramento. And certainly, I think for all of us as board, we try to prevent cases when we know that a lot of other local governments have actually confronted these kinds of cases. So the odds are always in your favor, or the data is always in your favor until you actually have one of these cases happen. And then we're in the same situation that every other police department or sheriff's department or local government is in, that we've seen highlighted all across our nation. So this is intended to try to be proactive, implement the best practices that we can, making sure we're following any changes in the law, but also to hopefully prevent situations from becoming tragedies when we perhaps could take some action through training and other actions to hopefully prevent some of those incidents. It was not, when I talk to some residents about this topic, they always seem to say, oh, that's Minnesota, or that's Georgia, or that's these other places. I said, no, Salinas had 5 back-to-back officer and wife involved fatalities just in 2014 within months of each other. And we know if we could just take a moment to remember what was going on in the community then, it certainly became a very tragic one afterwards during protest and additional fatalities and an officer being hurt from the Salinas Police Department. This is the preparation is what we're trying to do to anticipate these situations. And so when I made the referral, it was really geared towards having a larger conversation, not only our department, but with the Salinas Police Department. And I know the city might have different issues than the sheriffs, but certainly there's a lot of overlap when you're the largest city of the Monterey Bay, when your juvenile hall and your jail is within the city limits. And many times the mutual aid that happens when incidents do occur, it seemed that it was appropriate to have a community discussion on this topic just beyond our sheriff's department, but even engage the largest police department in the Monterey Bay region. That didn't happen, obviously, but I wish it would have. And I wish we would have actually got the written policies, because as we saw on the slides, I think there's probably a page worth of content on the policies, whereas the actual policy was just mentioned that it was 8 pages long. It was intended for the supervisors to actually get the use of force policy, all 8 pages, to be able to read them, and also be able to read the recruitment policies, the training policies. That would have given us a better opportunity before this meeting to be able to read what they are and see where we could, what are the new changes that happened recently, and what other things could be done. In June, I asked Under Sheriff Mino for copies of the recruitment training and use of force policies. He said that they were being updated. And just a few days ago, he told me he just referred to this presentation, but when I was reading it, it really doesn't go into very much detail. Last night when I was looking up other local sheriff's department policies on the use of force, Santa Clara's, for example, just on the use of force is 18 pages long. So I think there's a lot of just language and substance of the policies that we didn't have the opportunity to have included as part of the board packet, so that we could read it and actually know what the policy is and see where we might be able to provide input to the sheriff on these policies. Also, on these policies, most other counties have had their public defender's office or their DA's office also provide input on the training policy. The training policies, for example, even what was on the slides, there was no mention of on use of force, whether there's language or cultural barriers in a moment of crisis. I didn't see any just reference to language or cultural barriers, or even dealing with a very high needs population, which is our homeless population. That wasn't that kind of language and training or reference to use of force when it comes to our homeless population wasn't articulated within the language. And even on the de-escalation or trainings, we don't know when were trainings done, how often are they done, how extensive are they? Does it include new trainings, for example, on implicit bias? I know bias was mentioned, but implicit bias is like a new training that many local governments and law enforcement agencies are undergoing. And I just didn't, I saw that missing as well. But then I was just looking at what the bills the governor signed recently, and this was this referral was made in June, but we know that the governor had previously in 2019 had signed some new laws on the use of force. There was AB 392, which is requires much more intensive training for law enforcement. It was a bill by Shirley Weber, and that bill alone, for example, it wasn't mentioned here today, but that really changed a different standard from reasonable standard to a necessary force standard, and that basically means that the use of deadly force could only happen when necessary, not when reasonable, as was the previous standard, but when necessary, and that was a previous law that was signed and was enacted at the beginning of this year, but there was just no mention today in our presentation. And I also wanted to see did our use of force policy get updated to reflect that. Also, for example, on that same piece of legislation, it laid out that there could be no firing on fleeing felons who do not pose an immediate danger. Another new standard and a high-end level of when use of force could be done, but that was not reflected in the presentation or in the language provided. The governor did just recently, a few days ago, signed the bill. The bills mentioned on the carotid hold or other choke holds. That was a bill by Assemblymember Mike Gibson, AB 1196. But there was also other bills that impact this discussion. For example, a separate bill, AB 1506 by Kevin McCarty, provides more power to the state attorney general to investigate officer-involved deaths. And it even lays out that the Department of Justice will be empowered to review use of force policies beginning in July 2023, if requested by boards of supervisors or local city councils. That also wasn't mentioned. And these are new laws that are around the corner. We should be up to speed on any new changes in law, but these are significant ones. And certainly this should have been part of our discussion today. How are we going to meet these new changes, and by when are they going to be instituted as policy? Another bill that was a big controversial one that the Sheriff's Association opposed was AB 1196, also by Kevin McCarty. And this would allow boards of supervisors or through a local ballot measure to create civilian oversight bodies that would oversee some of these incidents and deadly use of force. That also wasn't mentioned today, but certainly that's an important one and likely one to come to us in a future meeting about whether this board would decide to approve or not the creation of such a civilian oversight board. The last thing I want to make was two things. One, I was again looking at Santa Clara County, and Supervisor Joe Simitian over there, former state senator, he implemented the 8 can't wait policies. And these are a series of policies that numerous counties or sheriff's departments are considering. I know their board has a little bit more oversight over the sheriff's department than a county like ours, but certainly one that I think should be part of the discussion. I mean, that 8 can't wait included a civilian advisory committee. It also included no lateral transfers, persons who have a history of excessive force or misconduct. It would limit also the acquisition of military-style weapons or equipment. It banned tear gas and rubber bullets as crowd control options or measures. It required body cameras, among, I think, other things. But certainly the 8 can't wait should have, that should be something that we should be at least talking about. And ultimately, I think the sheriff has more discretion on what policies to institute over his department, but it doesn't prohibit us as a board and as a community to have a wider discussion. Last point, just on recruitment and retention, I had requested those policies because I also wanted to see whether diversity was a goal. Certainly, it's been a bigger discussion nationally whether law enforcement agencies should have departments that look more like the community, that could speak more like the community, that come from the community. And recently, I think the Salinas Police Department highlighted that they have a record number of minority officers. I think the most ever in SPD history, the most women officers, including the first female police chief in its history, and also its intentional recruitment of bilingual officers and officers who come from Salinas. I would hope that in our recruitment and retention policies that we would pursue similar goals in terms of ethnic, gender, language, and local language diversity, but also an intentional recruitment of locals who come from this community that could serve residents of Monterey County. So I know I said a lot, but all these points are important, and it was my hope that we could have a broader community discussion, and certainly this should not be our only discussion. It should be the beginning, but some of these points should certainly come back at a future meeting to have additional discussions on. And I had requested this referral be an evening meeting that would have allowed a lot more community participation, as we know that many residents are limited from coming during normal work hours, maybe a little bit different during the pandemic, but it was intentional to hopefully have an evening meeting with the Salinas City Council. And I do want to express that during one of the Salinas City Council meeting, numerous, if not the majority during that meeting, had expressed a willingness to have a meeting with the Board of Supervisors. And I know that we're in transition with the city of Salinas, that their police chief may be in transition, a new city manager, and perhaps a new mayor. But it was intended to be a community discussion, a collaborative discussion with the city of Salinas, and certainly it could have been the first time we've had a joint meeting on an important topic with the Salinas City Council. Four of the supervisors do represent the city limits of Salinas, and so it made appropriate sense that that as a first meeting with the city, it should have been done jointly with Salinas. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor. I'm going to go to Supervisor Parker next. Supervisor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, that was a mouthful. And I have to say that in reading I did go to the Sheriff Department's web page, and I did click on the policy manual. And I guess one thing I would say is, and I appreciate Chief Thornburg's presentation, because what you have shown by going through these things and talking about them is that some of these points are in the policy manual, but they're kind of buried. And so one of the things that when I was doing a little research on this, because I'm not a law enforcement person, but I do care about public safety quite a bit. And one of the things that they talk about now is the importance of, or have been talking about for probably 5-10 years or more, is that policy manuals need to be very thorough and comprehensive, which this one is. They need to be very clear and specific, having definitions of things and really clearly laid out. And I think there is some clarity, but not a lot of specificity, and it's buried. It's not easy to find. And then the consistency. So, and there are a lot of elements of that. So I think part of Supervisor Alejo's comments, and the public may have similar comments, it's not that the things are not in the policy manual, but in order to have good adherence to policy, it has to be really easy to find, just consistently laid out really clearly, very specifically about what are the behaviors that we're looking for. And it's good that there's training. And actually, that's where I have a few questions. Anyway, I just, it did take delving fairly deeply into these things to get a sense for what is and is not in the policy manual. So I wanted to, so for instance, explicitly saying that, de-escalation is what we try to do in every situation, or, really kind of spelling those things out. Anyway, so it's easy for the deputies to find, but also easy for the public what the priorities are. So in terms of training, you mentioned that the post-training is something that for all of the folks, all of the sworn people in the Sheriff's Department. Does that include the strategies for dealing with someone with mental illness?
Hi, Supervisor Parker. This is Chief Thornburg. It does. What we do, and I should have mentioned it earlier, is we do, everybody I'm sure has heard of CIT or critical incident training, and all of our deputy sheriffs go through the 40 hours of that. When they first, they graduate the academy, we schedule that right after they come out. So they go through the 40 hours at the beginning of their career and when they're coming on.
How often does that get refreshed for them?
Mostly that would come in the form of policy updates if something came out. There are some, the strategic communication class that we talked about, tactical communication class, that goes into it as well. And we have to go through that every 2 years because that's an aspect of that. Because talking to folks under that class is not just any one person, but all the people and all the different folks that we have to do it. And your post subject matter experts are the ones that put that together. So they know who law enforcement officers deal with the most of the time. So they build that class and head it and build it in such a way that we're working on the skills of the people that we normally run into.
Great. So that's the strategic communication is one of the other trainings. It's not in the post training.
I apologize. It is. I misspoke. It's tactical communication, not strategic. And that's part of the 24 hours that we do every 2 years. Yes.
Okay. And so that's part of that, how to talk to people in these kind of crisis situations, de-escalation also in this.
That's included in there as well. Yes, it is.
Do dispatchers get included in any of the trainings so that they're doing a good job of communicating information that the deputies might need out in the land?
I can't really speak to what the dispatchers, the training they go through. I can tell you this, they do attend that CIT Academy. To how many or which ones, I don't know exactly. I've just seen them attend. Because if the members listening don't know this, we host the CIT Academy here at the Sheriff's Office for Monterey County agencies. So they do attend here. So I have seen them, but to what extent and what else they get, I can't answer that.
So it sounds like the CIT training, the thorough and in-depth training, that then the post training every 2 years has kind of little refresher bits in it. Is that a fair way to characterize it?
Yes, I believe it is a fair way to characterize it. And if I hadn't mentioned, that CIT training is put on by our mental health folks here from Monterey County.
That's
so
great.
Very much geared towards the mental health professionals here in Monterey County, teaching Monterey County law enforcement how to deal with the clients in Monterey County.
Great. And then I saw in some of the best practices that it's considered to be very effective to have people train in teams. And I wondered if that's part of the post training that we do.
I'm not entirely sure what you're referring to, so it's difficult for me to answer.
Okay, great. And are the kind of the latest and greatest pieces of news about non-lethal, I guess, weapons, if you will, or strategies, that's also part of the post every 2 year?
Oh, absolutely. That's in the defensive tactics part. That's in the range part. That we have to cover that. We have, and we've had non-deadly weapons here. Most people know it as less lethal. It's non-deadly, less lethal, are pretty much the same thing as in a casual conversation. So had them for as long as I can remember, whether it be a taser, whether it be another form that we do have. We deploy 3 or 4 different platforms that would be considered non-deadly.
Thank you. And critical decision making?
Critical decision making is part of tactical communication. It's also part of use of force. If you're referring to the British model that came out, that's one. It's in the post de-escalation manual that they recently produced and publicized. It's a way. It's a method. It has to do a lot with empathy and reaching out and drawing and making connections with folks. That training is very much available to all of our folks. The manual itself is relatively new, but as far as the decision making as a whole, that's an integral part of the perishable skills training that we've talked about. That's that 24 hours from post. Yes. Every 2 years.
Great. And I have to say that your statistics really seem to show that even though the policy manual didn't make a lot of these things as clear as some other policy manuals that I've seen, it does sound like a fair amount of good training is going. People are behaving behaving the way we might hope they would. Another question I have that they talked about in something that I was reading was in terms of the consistency, whether performance evaluations are geared to measure the kinds of behaviors that we want to see rather than widgets, like not so many, how many calls did you respond to, but rather some of those de-escalation things or some of the other aspects of this that are kind of the ones that are getting a lot of attention now. Communication kinds of questions, those kind of.
Well, I can tell you our evaluations, there is one specific section regarding community service and or customer service, if you will. So I would say that is where you would see something along those lines, because it has to do with how well do you serve the community, how well, and to do that, you have to be able to communicate, you have to be able to talk, and it allows, and there's an open, a part of it is open enough that a supervisor can incorporate that into an evaluation.
Great. And then I have tons of questions, but I'll just ask one more, and that is the bias and racial profiling training that that I know various of our public safety and law enforcement divisions have been doing for a while. Is that also a training that happens periodically?
Yeah, we went through the racial and bias training on post. That we went through that, and then to one degree or another, we've gone through the implicit bias training or the bias training that the Civil Rights Office has put on here in Monterey County.
And so that happens every 2 years, every year, some sort of regular.
Yeah, I believe it's in the every 2 years as far as the post one goes. I do not remember off the top of my head what the one from the Civil Rights Office is. I do not remember their timeline right now.
Great. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Any other members of the board at this point? Okay, seeing no hands up, I'm going to go ahead and take it to the public for public comment. I don't see anybody in chambers. I see folks jumping on the Zoom. I just remind them to use the raise hand function, *9 if you're participating via phone, and the raise hand function is either at the bottom of the screen or if you have a participants tab at the bottom of that tab. We'll go ahead and start with Bernie Gomez. Mr. Gomez, we'll give you 2 minutes to share your public comment with this board.
All right, thank you, Chair Lopez and the board. Buenas tardes again. Yes, and I just want to say in regards to like the in the beginning of Sheriff Bernal's statements, you know, I want to highlight a 2014 Monterey County Civil Grand Jury report or investigation report, right? In regards to, you know, the jail, the sheriffs, right? It, you know, there's many, you know, violations here, right? And I'm just gonna. It talked about. He said something about the holding cells and stuff, and it's and so this report just highlighted that, you know, it's this jail is dirty, and multiple accounts. You know, they when they went in and inspected, or you know, it was just it was a medical health risk, right? Also, want to highlight, you know, like the misuse of funds, you know, with and due to the Penal Code 425 Section E, you know, it was discovered that half of the inmate welfare fund was being used to allocated for salaries and benefits when it should be, when those benefits should have been coming through the, you know, through the general fund. So there's so much more here, so I'm just going to say that much. However, going into this to the other thing I want to say is, you know, once again, you know, the sheriffs believe that they are properly equipped to deal with the social ills that our community is suffering. You know, mental health, you know, poverty, substance abuse, you know, homelessness, and again, you know, this presentation states that there's 24 hours every 2 years, but in reality, how many actually of those 24 hours are going into some of these trainings, right? The bias trainings and the and, you know, those trainings, right? So to my point is, we have professionals that go to school for years on end to become, you know, mental health psychologists, therapists, counselors, all these things that are you know, that should be addressing the community. They should be like the front runners to the community, right? When these type of incidents happen. And at the end, it's like,
Mr. Gomez, we're over time. We appreciate your comment. I'm going to go to Cesar Lara next. Mr. Lara, give you 2 minutes to share your public comment with this board.
Good afternoon, members of the Board of Supervisors. And I think Luis Alejo and Supervisor Parker said a lot of what my thoughts were. We are constantly tracking the board referrals and was not envisioning this kind of presentation, but, you know, like my colleague Bernie just said, I think there's a lot of questions out there, and I think that I appreciate what the sheriff reported out in regards to his advisory committee, but I would really be more interested in instead of having a boosters club for the sheriff's department, to actually have a true advisory committee that represents the community to advise him on how he does business, because there's many reports, those from the community and written like the civil grand jury, that has said that the jail is a de facto mental health institution, and other cases of people committing suicide and dying in the jail, to kind of address use of force issues. And I think that there's power and direction that the board showed to say, reach out to Salinas as the largest law enforcement agency, second to the sheriff department, to work together on this presentation. So I kind of want to ask if they could come back later. So that's the end of my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lara. We're going to go to Iram Coronado next. Iram, you'll have 2 minutes to share your public comment with this board. You should be able to unmute yourself now.
Awesome. Thank you so much, members of the board. Buenas tardes, good afternoon, everybody. My name's Iram Coronado, and I'm a community member. I just want to point out that we're talking about mental health. We have to point out the deaths in Monterey County Jail, starting from the suicides, right? They didn't receive the mental health services they needed inside the county jail, in the hands of the sheriffs. If we want to talk about mental health, we could also talk about, you know, the deaths of folks that have died in there for drug withdrawal. And also COVID, they haven't taken responsibility nor have done much to, and give the proper care to inmates. And also the deaths in county jail that are just not being investigated, regardless of how many trainings you attend, your priority is not mental health. Your priority is to incarcerate brown and community that are, incriminate community members that are in poverty. We understand that Salinas has a big problem with homelessness, and criminalizing these folks is not going to solve the problem. So I just wanted to point out how important it is to reinvest in our communities rather than investing in our sheriffs. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go to Alexis Magdaleno next. Alexis, we're going to go ahead and give you the ability to unmute yourself and share a 2-minute public comment with this board.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Alexis Magdaleno Mora. I'm a community member from Soledad. I want to appreciate the efforts that the sheriff has made to improve. However, there's so much more that can. There's so much that has happened, and how much training. We know that there's a very toxic culture. There was an article in the Voices of Monterey Bay that talked about alcoholism goes hand in hand in the sheriff's. It was very frustrating to know that, because those are the people that are taking their people in there. They're the people there that we assume are there to treat people inside with.
Alexis, your microphone keeps cutting out on
people
us.
Who are at their lowest and are suffering with mental. What was that?
Your microphone keeps cutting out, so I think we're missing part of your public comment. I'm going to go ahead and restart the clock here. See if I don't know if you've got some sort of a call coming in or something, but we're missing large gaps in your public comment. So I'm going to go ahead and just restart the clock here and see if we still have that issue.
All right. Yeah, I think my internet's acting up. Again, my name is Alexis Magdaleno Mora. I am a resident of Soledad. I want to appreciate the sheriff for the efforts that they've made to improve their mental health response. However, a lot more can be done. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay. A lot more can be done, and there's still we know that there's a large toxic culture within the sheriff's department. So no matter what trainings we do, there's still a lot that goes on internally that we don't know about, that's not written in the policies. There was an article in the Voices of Monterey Bay that said alcoholism goes hand in hand in the sheriff's department. And to me, that was a shame, because those are the people we're supposed to trust to take care of people at the most vulnerable stages, at their lowest, and at moments when they're suffering from mental health crises. Knowing that they have these implicit biases and they're dealing with their own internal problems, doesn't make me feel comfortable, having somebody incarcerated there. Knowing that they have their own biases in the way that they look at individuals who are incarcerated makes me very worried about them. There's still a lot that can be done, but the best thing that we can do is move away individuals from the sheriff's department and put them into the appropriate centers, whether it be rehab, job training, mental health places, the actual support and addressing the issues that these individuals are facing, instead of just trying to train people to be counselors, to be social workers. That's not what they do. We should just give it to the appropriate people. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing no more hands up, I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the board. So this was just a presentation as set, but I want to see if supervisors have any additional input. I see Supervisor Phillips has his hand up.
No, I appreciate the presentation. I got to say the stats were pretty impressive about how much use of force. And I've been in this county for a number of years through 7 different sheriffs, and when I was in the district attorney, I know we investigated some wrongful use of force with some departments. Salinas at one time, Seaside, Soledad over the years. I can't remember use of force really being a big issue of concern with the sheriff's department. frankly. And so, and I've never seen what they're talking about a toxic environment there. And as far as moving forward, I really think it's inappropriate for us to try to tell the city of Salinas how they're going to run their police department. That's for their city council, and we have certain rules and guidelines, and it's not for the Board of Supervisors to tell the city of Salinas how they're going to run their department. So, but I appreciate the presentation.
Thank you, Supervisor. We're going to go to Supervisor Alejo next.
Well, first of all, it's obvious that's not the intent, nor was that ever stated or referred to. Of course, the Salinas City Council has jurisdiction over the police department. It was intended to be an informational hearing where the sheriff could present our policies and have a discussion on that. And jointly with the Salinas City Council, their department would present an informational hearing and a review of their own policies. Any follow-up actions would be up to the council, obviously. So, I mean, the fact that that was even mentioned, it just boggles my mind. But I do think, though, that this should only be the beginning of the discussion. This is an issue that is not going away. There is major changes in the law that already have been approved, and will some that went into effect this year, and others that will go into effect on January 1st. So I would just, as a follow-up on this referral, that I would request that we bring this back in January so we could be able to see how the new changes in the law were incorporated into the policies. I think the Sheriff's Department had already stated that they were going to be updating policies when the new law is going to effect anyways. But it's our job as the legislative body for the county to provide this type of oversight and making sure that we're up to speed and that we are trying to implement the best training, recruitment and retention policies possible. So this should not be the end all here, but rather the beginning. And so I would request of my colleagues that we could bring this back early next year in January or February, and hopefully have an evening meeting for this to happen. And certainly, if there's already a willingness, which was previously expressed by the City Council, why would we not be willing to have a larger community discussion in January? So I would ask that we pursue that still, if it's possible. If not, have our own meeting during the evening so that we could see what the new changes to the policies and in the staff report to actually have those policies included so that the public could easily access those, and certainly for the board to review before the meeting to have a more meaningful conversation over the language. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. I'm going to go to Supervisor Adams next.
Thank you. And I very much appreciate the depth of the presentation. It was a lot of information that I didn't have and didn't know and appreciate having, and would appreciate also if you're going to be sharing that each of us could receive a copy of it. Since we're not present, we don't always get everything. But what I did want to ask, I think that Supervisor Alejo was on point with, feeling like the city of Salinas should be engaged with this. But quite frankly, we have lots of police departments throughout our county. And it seems that if we really want to do something that's engaging the community, especially after the change in the law, I think that it might be helpful for us if we were able to convene some kind of a community meeting that would engage all of the different police departments. I think that might show that we're not just looking at one particular area, but that we're looking at all of the different police departments. So just a thought. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to make a brief comment as we're talking about an additional meeting. One thought is we do, by law, we're required to have that Truth Act meeting every single year. and we're currently scheduling for December, so that might be a good time to get some updates on the laws that are going to come into play in January. And it is an evening meeting, so just an opportunity there. But I'm going to open it up to Supervisor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think maybe returning in January is a good idea to be able to see the updates in the policy manual. I did notice that the reasonableness language was still in there versus necessary related to force. So there's definitely some updating that needs to be done. And when that's happening, I think it would be really advisable to have the policy manual be done in such a way that it's searchable and it's more up to date in terms of how you find things and being able to click, have links and so on. I think that would be really valuable. Also, I do think this point of being comprehensive and specific is important. Really having some of these policy things are in there, but with the community interest in policing and in public safety, I think it's really going to be critical to have explicit policies or easily findable policies about the prioritization of de-escalating situations, the duty to intervene, what is the policy about shooting at vehicles, prohibiting deadly force against individuals who are only a danger to themselves, as far as we can tell. Those kinds of things, they're in several of them are in our policy manual, but people can't find them. So they don't know. And that's true for the deputies as well as for the public. So I think it might be worth at least thinking about that. Some of these things, probably the changes can't happen that thoroughly, that quickly. I also noticed that the carotid control is still in our policy. That's probably a more recent move, but that probably needs to be updated when this comes back in January. I do think too that regular reports, that's considered a best practice, regular reports on the use of force. I know that the Sheriff's Department has a whole process of reviewing and all of that, but I think regular reports to the public and including enough information that we can have the sense that the use of force is being fairly applied, that there aren't discriminatory impacts, that helps us see how well we're doing with our bias and racial profiling and so on. I also think that looking at having the advisory committee include whether it's people from building healthy communities or restorative justice, somehow getting a community, the client voice somehow into the equation could be really important. And then another thing that I found in terms of best practices for law enforcement and is making sure that we're looking at the wellness of the deputies, physical and mental health. What are the kinds of ways that we can support that in our officers so that they're able to do the best work out in the community and provide a calming and de-escalating presence when they're out there. And I mean, I don't envy officers doing this work at all, because you just don't know what you're going to find. It's really, really stressful. And so I was glad to hear the regularity of the training for a lot of this and the presence of our behavioral health teams. And I think we should look at, whether we need more resources made available for those really helpful partners to make sure that the way that we're administering public safety is as appropriate to what the needs are as possible. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, I just say, I know when I was on the Mental Health Commission, we had a presentation about how they were working with the various departments to provide education, but also provide the services. So I think that's important. I frankly, I don't think we need another hearing, but if we're going to have another one, and if we're going to include the city of Salinas in that, I agree with Supervisor Adams. And I mean, most of the street cops aren't from the sheriff's department, it's from the cities. So if you're going to have one city involved, we ought to have all the cities in the county involved, and that's only right.
But come on, let's be reasonable here. Having one department, which is the largest in the Monterey Bay out of all 3 counties, makes more sense, and it's manageable, rather than having, unless you want to go have a marathon that goes for 20 hours straight, going over all the policies for 12 cities and the county with all dozens and dozens of council members, then you're not talking about a realistic proposal. I'm talking about starting out with one. We've never had one before. Let's start out with one city council, board of supervisors. And like I said earlier, it made sense since 4 out of 5 do represent the city limits of Salinas. Let's start with that. And if they want to have additional ones with other departments, let's look at that. But let's not try to squash an idea by bringing something that we all know is unrealistic in terms of logistics and timing. But can we do one city and our board of supervisors together? Yes. So let's start with that, focus on that. And then if we want to do others, let's explore those if those other cities are willing to do it.
Well, I respectfully disagree. I think this can have, the way we're putting it together, it can have effect at just encouraging anti-law enforcement mentality and people coming in. So I have a concern that that's a direction that this can end up going. So,
well, I respectfully disagree on that. And Mr. Chair, I would, I don't know if this item, as it's only listed as a presentation or a county council, whether we could provide at least direction that this come back in January with a lot of the issues raised. I agree with the different concerns raised. I hope our sheriff's department took notes so that when we come back, we could actually address those different points which are valid, and they're not going to go away. This is certainly not intended as a strong supporter of law enforcement. It's not intended to do what you just stated, Supervisor Phillips. This is intended to be part of what is happening national. This discussion is happening at all levels of government, from California to the East Coast. So let's not pretend like this isn't an important topic to be having with our community. Every day, probably every few days, we're seeing a new case, a new video of use of force, most recently in Texas yesterday. There's ongoing case after case, and we can't just say, oh, it's happening everywhere else. It's never going to happen here because of our numbers. If we could prevent an officer from being involved in one of these very high profile situations, if we could save a life and use alternative means to deal with a difficult a person out in the streets, it's worth investing this time. It's worth having a constructive, not a conversation that simply points fingers, but it's to have an intelligent, constructive conversation about what are the best practices so we could hopefully save lives and utilize other means and utilize model training that is intended to help try to prevent these situations from getting worse than what they need to be. That is the intent. And I want to be very clear about that. And certainly I know I repeatedly recognize all the hard work our deputies and our police officers do on the street during every day, but especially most recently during the fires and their heroic efforts. But certainly it's incumbent upon us as local policymakers to make sure that we're having the conversation, not shying away from them, but knowing that these are real issues that could very well happen here in the future. And it's best to be prepared. It's best to utilize the resources that are out there, so that hopefully we could avoid those situations and avoiding our county one day being in the same situation that we've seen other local governments finding themselves in. So, Mr. Chair, just the question is, can we provide direction and take a vote on bringing this back in January when the new laws go into effect, so we could hopefully address all the issues and the new laws all at once in our and hopefully our revised policies?
I'll let County Council address that.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the board. Yes, in my opinion, that would be an appropriate action for the board to take today.
Okay, with that, I would ask that the Sheriff's Department bring this back in January and during an evening meeting, and that we be able to review new laws and the issues that were raised by the supervisors during today's meeting and the community.
I'll second that. And I'm interested in the Sheriff's Department, not so much the City of Salinas. Are you just suggesting that this would be a Sheriff's Department presentation?
Well, like I said, there's two options here. If the City of Salinas was willing to do it with us, so be it. If not, then at least just focus on our Sheriff's Department during that evening meeting. But
Okay.
just as an offer, an extended olive branch to the city, if they're willing to do it, why not have it jointly with them? But if not, let's just focus on our Sheriff's Department.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have a motion and a second, but I see Supervisor Phillips has his hand up.
Yeah, could we at least hear from the sheriff on this? We haven't got back after all our comments. We haven't heard from the sheriff.
Yeah, absolutely. Sheriff Bernal, are you with us?
I am still here, and I just want to remind everybody keeps referring to us as the Sheriff's Department. We're the Sheriff's Office. And I would just like to thank you for the opportunity for me to share all the great things we're doing here at the Sheriff's Office. I work closely with the California State Sheriff's Legislative Committee, and we will incorporate all the legislative changes as they become law. You know, I hate to bring this up, but I talked about this with the late Mayor Gunner, and he said it was a bad idea. It was a terrible idea to bring this jointly with the City of Salinas and the Sheriff's Office together. We're both two different departments, and I agree with Supervisor Phillips. If you're going to do it with the City of Salinas, we should be doing it with every city in Monterey County, but I think we should keep it separate. I think the cities should focus on their police departments, and I'm focused on the Sheriff's Office. But thank you for the opportunity. We're doing great things here at the Sheriff's Office.
Thank you, Sheriff Bernal. So with that, we have a motion and a second. Seeing no additional hands up, we'll go ahead and take a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
No.
Supervisor Parker?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
No.
And Chair Supervisor Lopez.
I guess I'm conflicted because I see the intent. I see the opportunity to do it in December as part of the Truth Act on terms of the legislation impacting us. I know that the conversation was had with Mayor Gunter before, and he had no interest in partnering with us. So I'm kind of, I feel like we're rehashing it, but I do feel like new leadership is coming into the City of Salinas by then, and so I'm kind of back and forth conflicted on this.
We have a hung jury on our hands.
Mr. Chair, if it makes you more comfortable, perhaps then, rather than January, if you're more comfortable in December when we do have that evening meeting on the Truth Act hearing, we could have it then to not replicate. Number two, if you're also uneasy about having it jointly with the City of Salinas, so be it. Let's focus on our Sheriff's Department. If those two items will make you more comfortable, I could amend the motion to include that so that we could move forward and allow the review to take place rather than shutting down a conversation.
Seconder agrees.
So we have a motion with the seconder agreeing, and with that, I can support it. So that's a yes.
Thank
okay,
you.
So motion carries. With that, I'm going to check with County Council, see if we have any readout from closed session.
There's nothing to report today, Chair.
Okay. So with that, our business is concluded for the day. Thank you, everybody.
Well, we have a,
I'm sorry. We did have an adjourn in memory of. It was actually done on time this time, so I didn't see it up front. But I'm going to go ahead and open that up for the adjourn in memory of Bob Brower, Supervisor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, it's usually me that's throwing him on at the last minute, so so I appreciate that. But Bob Brower was remarkable and was involved in the community quite a bit. Most of you remember him. He moved here in 1982 after he sold a petroleum company, and he started building a winery, Chateau Julien. I don't remember what year it was, but I was there at the opening. It was in the 80s sometime. But from the time he came here, he got involved in the community. He was involved, was on the board of directors of hospice. He chaired the hospice relocation when they moved out to Del Monte Forest. He was very involved in our county workforce investment board. He was chair of that and was involved in that. He was the Monterey County Vintners and Growers Board, elected chair of the Workforce Investment Board, and served in that capacity for 7 years. And then he ran for election, was elected to the Peninsula Water District, where he served considerable time. He was chair of the Water Supply Committee and an active member of the Legislative and Water Demand. He was a longtime member of the CH Hospitality people for 15 years. And he was on their board of directors for 11 years. Very generous to many of the nonprofits, and he made a big contributions in fundraising. And I got to say, he moved back east to be near his son and family because of concerns of his wife's health, and it ended up him passing away. So he was a big part of our community. I remember he came before us because he had to get the winery sold, and there were some things we had to do. And I know we were trying to expedite it because of the health of his wife when they were moving back. So I appreciate the opportunity to say goodbye to a good man.
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. I served with Bob on the Monterey Peninsula Water Management District, and we did not often agree. But we had the opportunity to travel together on a trip to Washington, D.C., where it was really lovely because I think both of us got to know one another in a very different way and developed a healthy respect for each other. I was very saddened to hear of his passing away, and will remember him as a genuinely good man, even though I disagreed with him most of the time.
I can't believe anybody disagreed with you. Yeah, so.
Look in the mirror.
So with that, we are adjourned. Thank you so much. We appreciate everybody attending today, and this adjourn in memory. Thank you.